Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was in Star vs the Forces of Evil. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Angie and Raphael were sleeping until they hear something downstairs and they slowly tiptoe down to the first floor. Did you hear that? Angie whispered as they heard another noise, and it was coming from the kitchen. Why yes. Raphael cowered behind his wife with a nervous gulp. Maybe we should call the police. PSH. Police. She scoffed before she narrowed her eyes. Hand me my 9-iron. Her husband gave her the said item. There's only one law in this jungle, Mom's law. She turned the light on with her stick up in air, only to lower it when they spot Naruto with his face in bowl. Naruto. It's 3 a.m. Is it? Naruto muttered from the bowl. Honey, what are you doing up? Angie put the 9-iron away. Nothing. The blonde replied, I'm waiting for Star to come back, or think of which places her mum take her to. I don't think they're at castle. He barely lifted his head up with squirted eyes, are they? Hey, what's all this noise about? Marco came down with sleepy blinks before he take one look at Naruto. Oh, we're still sad, me too. I'll take care of this. The brunette woman whispered to her husband before she walked closer to her adopted son as she gestured to the light decorations. Maybe it's time we take down these decorations. It's too soon. Naruto said, what if Star comes back? Yeah, the Latino teenager turned the boombox on to play a sad music. I want it to be like nothing's changed. Oh, honey, I know this is hard. Angie turned the boombox off. Look, she noticed her husband dialing a phone. Raphael, what are you doing? I was just going to call the. Raphael held a flyer up before he read it, the Teen Sadness Hotline. I told you. The brunette woman deadpanned at her husband, I got this. Raphael slowly hung the phone up before she turned back to Naruto. Well, how does your. She checked the bowl, oatmeal taste. Lumpy and salty. Naruto sighed. How about some ramen or Captain Blanche's sugar seeds? Angie asked. Star loves sugar seeds. The blonde groaned. I'll make you a ramen and bowl of cereal. She said. I don't know where the box of sugar seeds is. Naruto muttered. I hid it so well. Marco sighed. Star would eat all of them. And now they're both gone. They're in the cupboard behind the dog food. Star shouted at the mirror portal as she sat in a cramped carriage, wearing an orange sweater. Behind the dog food. She stared at her boyfriend's face. Oh, Naruto, she inhaled deeply on the orange sweater. Oh. Her nose winkled. When was the last time you washed this thing? There was a short pause before she inhaled it deeply again. Ah. Star. Moon's voice hollered outside. We need to be quiet. We don't know who might be listening. Shut up, Mom. Star glared at the wall. You kidnapped me. Claiming something about Toffee's back from the dead. She scoffed. Star, listen, the queen starts to explain the situation to her angry daughter. I have an idea. Naruto suddenly kicked Marco's door in, causing the brunette to give out an high-pitched scream. We should teleport to the castle and ask someone if they know where Star is. And it take you almost 2 days to come up with that. Marco breathed heavily, clutching his chest before he noticed something else. Is that my cereal? No time to talk. The blonde cut the portal. Get in. Okay. The Latino teenager walked up to the portal. Hey, what's the time difference in Muni again? 3 days to 1 Earth Day. Naruto replied as they walked through the portal into the chamber within Butterfly Castle. Star, you around? Wow, this place is a mess. Marco looked around at their surrounding. It looks like someone have throw a wild party for days. Naruto. Marco. The said teenagers turned to see River ran toward to them before he tightly hugged them both. My boys. I can't believe you're both here. He leaned in closer to whisper to them, have you seen Fulduke's monkey? No. The Latino teenager replied bewilderedly. Well, we better keep an eye out. The king whispered, I threw him. He noticed a crushed box of cereal. Well, what's this? It's sugar seeds, Star's favorite. Naruto said, I thought she must miss it since Muni don't have it here so. Naruto, you're not giving that to my daughter. River replied, it's all smashed. Probably a good thing she's not here. Do you know where she is? The blonde asked. No, not at all. The king shrugged his shoulders. She and her mother just took a little trip, and Moonpie asked me to keep up morale in the kingdom until they get back. So we've been ripping it non-stop for days. Is it because of me? Naruto frowned, that I'm a half-monster. I don't know. River shrugged again, and who care if you're half-monster? He paused with index finger under his lower lip. Well, Moonpie do, but I don't mind as long as my little girl is happy and you treat her like a princess. The blonde teenager was about to open his mouth until they hear Marco's voice outside on the balcony. I don't know, man. Marco said, have you looked outside? What do you mean, have I looked outside? The king walked out to look over the balcony at his kingdom. What I mean is morale doesn't look so high to me. The Latino teenager pointed at the screaming humans as they run around in panic and they can see some cottage on fire. What are you talking about, Marco? River laughed, the people are happy if their king is happy. Let me show you. He climbed onto the edge of balcony with a clearing throat. Greetings, my gleeful subjects. The people stopped screaming as they looked up to their king. Ah. Funny story. My know-it-all friend Marco Diaz here seems to think you're not having a good time. And I said, that's impossible. Of course you're having a good time with all these good times I'm having. So tell me, are you not lifted? Woo. A villager called out in the far back. How's about you lift some of this garbage out of the streets? A overweight villager gestured to one of many garbage piles. Huh. The king blinked down, is that what that stuff is? I thought you were all having a garage sale. What are you gonna do about the burning building? A bearded villager pointed to burning cottage. Ah, you have to let one burn every once in a while. River shrugged, how else will you have room for a new one? There's 8 burning. Naruto counted the burning buildings with his finger. Well, what about the monster in the cornfield? An elderly villager pointed overhead. There's no monster in the corn. The snorting king looked ahead at the cornfield, only to close his mouth as he stared at a giant monster eating some corns and the force field fade away. Huh. Well, I'll be dipped. Well, I should be able to take care of that. He cracked his knuckles before he shouted with waving arms, hey, you there. Move along. Scram. Get out. The monster turned its head with narrowed eyes, we don't want you here. The monster got up then walked closer to the village, causing the villagers to scream. Don't worry. She'll never make it past the magic shield. The monster stepped over the magic shield as the villagers' screams grow loud, there's still the moat. Yes. She'll never make it across the magic moat. The monster stepped on an empty moat, the magic traffic cones. The creature walked through the said objects as it trampled into the village. We're about to die, y'all. A black villager cried, run. Hey. The elderly villager shouted up to the balcony with a shaking fist, thanks for partying, us all to our deaths. He's right. River stammered with tears in his eyes before he gave his crown to Naruto, I'm not fit to rule. Wait, why are you giving me the crown? Naruto blinked rapidly as the dejected king walked back inside, closed the door on the teenagers. Hey. Marco ran to pound on the door, you locked us out. Oh, no. The king sobbed, now I lock you on the balcony. Can you unlock it? The blonde teenager asked. I can't do anything right. River sobbed loudly, I can't do anything right. Naruto turned his head to see Marco squeezing himself through a tiny window before he decided to cut a portal with scissor, teleporting himself inside. Really? The Latino teenager take one hard look at the blonde, why don't you do it early? Hey, I looked and you were already halfway through. Naruto shrugged before they turned back to the wailing king who was hiding his face with cape. Hey. Marco clapped his hands, pull yourself together, man. Moon should never have left me in charge. The king sobbed, the people love you, she said. Keep them happy and safe, she said. And now, because of me, the kingdom is defenseless. Moon didn't even tell me where she was taking Star. What if something happened to them? No wonder I want to party all the time. I'm worried sick. I'm worried too. Naruto said, Star have been kidnapped by her mom. Do you have any idea when they'll be back? After all, they can't keep running forever. It's funny you should ask, Naruto. River looked up to the said teenager before he walked up to a giant closet, let me show you something. Whenever Moon goes away, she always puts together a few outfits for me, so I know what to wear while she's gone. But, he gestured to the closet after he opened it, but look at this. She's got them piled up all the way to the top of the room. So it's probably she's not coming back. He chuckled before he start to cry again. Anytime soon, is she, Naruto? I don't know. Marco stepped in, but they can't ever come home if they don't have a home to come home to. He gestured to the incoming monster. Oh, right, yes. I see what you're saying. The king curled up in ball as he sucked his thumb. This is the end of everything. No. Marco took the crown from Naruto. It means you have to go lead your people. But they hate me. River moaned. They've never hated me before. It doesn't matter. The Latino teenager pushed the crown into the king's hands. You're the only king they have. You sound just like my wife. The king sniffled as he put the crown on, and that's just what I need. He walked out to the balcony. My people. Please, listen. His subjects kept screaming before someone hit his head with a corn. Ow. Okay, I deserved that. Look, if the queen were here, she'd fix all this with her magic. Well, she's not here. But that doesn't mean we should cower in fear. We still have each other, and together, we can defeat this monster. No offense, king, but you're a terrible king. A brunette woman shouted. You're right. River admitted, I stink at this. But right now, I'm all you've got and you're all I've got. We can't do anything. A random villager screamed under the overturned cart. We don't have any weapons or magic. Another woman cried from the same cart. We don't need magic to do extraordinary things. The king said before he pointed at the certain villagers, dentist. Construction worker. Remember when you two worked together to dislodge the tooth-shaped rock in the road? The said workers nodded at each other with smile. Blacksmith. You worked with the turtle sanctuary to make iron shells for the turtles in need. The blacksmith grinned as he held an iron shell before the king pointed at two staring Mumin, and you two weirdos hold the record for the longest staring contest. Wah. The black male villager blinked away from the woman. Woo-hoo. The black female villager cheered and the man smacked his face at his loss. We all can do something unique and helpful, and that's Muni's greatest strength. River said, and it's what Queen Moon loves the most about all of you. Everyone agree with their king. I don't think any of that's gonna help us defeat the monster. A villager said as he hid behind the statue of Fountain, jabbing his thumb to the giant monster as it get closer to the castle wall. So what do you say? River thrust his fists out. Let's show that monster what happens when it messes with humans. The villagers cheered before the king put his arms around the teenagers as they went back inside the castle. Huh. Foolduke, fetch us our loincloths. What? Marco uttered. Oh, no, I'm not wearing a loincloth. Naruto shook his head with raised hands. The Mumin and teenagers follow the king out as they charged toward the monster and Naruto was glad that he managed to get out of wearing loincloth. The Latino teenager was forced to wear one over his pant. River kneeled down to lick the dirt. He's near. She. Naruto corrected him before he pointed ahead, and she's right there. The king shifted his eyes out of embarrassment before he puffed his chest up with spear. Hey, monster. The king bellowed to the growling monster, go away. Go away. The monster leaned down to him with a stomp, but you're the one who called me over. What? River blinked with puzzled brow. I didn't call you over. Yes, you did. The giant monster waved its arms. You kept motioning, come here, come here. Oh, no, I was motioning, go away, go away. The king made shooing motion with his arms. Oh, no. The monster shook her head. That's, come here, come here. No, it's, go away, go away. River said. The giant monster groaned, so you're telling me I came all this way for nothing. I got, like, 1,000 splinters on this foot. She lifted her foot up to reveal a pleading villager that got stuck to her sole. You might consider widening the streets a little. She walked away with a grumble. What a waste of my day. Everyone celebrated. We did it. The king pumped his fists up. Everyone, I'm holding one final off-the-chain party at the castle in honor of all of you. 3 cheers for King River. The blacksmith said. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. The Mumin cheered, hip, hip. Whoa. Naruto suddenly got tackled down by several giant rats before everyone heard a voice. Hooray. Ludo grinned evilly at them with army of rats as he stand on spider with eagle and they jumped on the screaming Newman, easily take them down with immeasurable numbers. They don't know how long they have been in the dungeon for, but one thing Naruto know is that his arms feel so sore after suspending up by chains for who know how long. Ah, Naruto groaned, only if I can reach the ceiling scroll in my back pocket, I should have, he grumbled, all of his weapons and tools are inside this scroll. Checkmate. River finally moved a bug closer to rocks with his toes. I'm bad at everything. Marco sighed. First rule of chess, Marco, the king laughed, you must always protect your king. They hear the sound of jangling lock within the door and the king quickly sweep the chessboard away with his foot before Ludo enter with his 2 rat guards. What do you want? You're coming with me. Ludo glared sternly. No way. River scoffed, I'm not going anywhere with you. That's too bad. The Kappa stomped closer to him as the prisoners glared at him, it's urgent royal business. He tried to unlock the king's shackles, I need you to command the people to like me. Why would I do that? The king laughed, I don't even like you. Shuffling about and talking to that wand hand of yours. It's weird. Yeah, you're like Gollum. Naruto grunted. Oh, now I can't unsee it. Marco laughed, good one. Who's Gollum? Ludo looked at the teenagers strangely, do I know this person? The teenagers just laughed at him, causing him to get furious. Fine. The Kappa turned back to the king, if you won't help me, then you can just rot in this cell. Say goodbye to your freedom. He walked to the doorway then faced them as he tried to put the key around his neck but the chain barely can't fit his head, due to the size. Come on, you stupid chain. He said with struggles. Oh, Ludo. The brunette laughed with the king and blonde teenager. Butter. The Kappa held his hand out to the guard for the butter bar before he spread it across his forehead, allow the chain to slip down around his neck. Change of plan. I'm giving you 24 hours to figure out a way to make the people of Muni like me, or he held his gem-embedded hand as it glow green, I'll levitato you into the sky forever. Ooh, I'm so scared. River rolled his eyes with sarcasm. 24 hours. Ludo growled before he leave with his guards. Dude, Ludo's gone completely nuts. Marco said with widened eyes. And did you see his hand? Naruto said, wasn't that the other half of Gem from Star's wand? You're telling me. The king tried to reach for the butter bar with his feet, he left behind a perfectly good stick of butter. Oh, I can, almost taste it. River, now is no time for, the brunette huffed before he realized something, butter. He kicked his shoe off along with sock before he make a reach for the butter with his foot. Yes, yes. River grinned, you're young and limber. Reach out for it, boy. The Latino teenager finally get the bar, excellent. Ha ha. Marco smeared the butter on his wrists, careful. Save some for the gruel, boy. The brunette free himself from the shackles, nice work, Marco. Way to go. Naruto grinned. Here. Marco gave the king the butter, butter yourself up then give it to Naruto, and I'll see if I can figure a way out of here. Try the AC vent. River pointed to the vent with his toe. The dungeon has air conditioning. The Latino teenager raised his eyebrow at the vent. It's a dungeon, not a torture chamber. The king replied. Nice. Marco opened the vent before he turned to them, how are those shackles coming? I don't think this is going to work. River said quietly with butter all over his mouth. Ah, come on. Naruto groaned, why don't you give me the butter first? Did you eat the butter, River? Marco said disappointingly. I used to be king. The king sobbed. Okay, okay. The sighing brunette climbed inside the vent, I'll go steal that key from Ludo, and then we'll all get out of here. You should just go. River said, this isn't your fight. The brunette didn't listen to him as he crawled toward to the direction of royal bedroom. Marco, listen to your king. There was no reply as they sit in silence, staring at the wall. So, half-septarian, right? Yup. Naruto said. Ah. The king nodded few times with a hum, do you get anything from this side? My septarian side give me a regeneration. The blonde teenager said, I can regrow any missing part if it get cut off, heal faster. He paused, oh, and when I get really angry, I get claws, sharp fangs and my pupils become slit. That's it. Ah, interesting. River said before he glanced at him curiously, I hope it's not an offensive question, I'm not sure if it is one, but do you have lizard tail, scale patch or anything that resembles septarian? Nope. Naruto answered, I look very human because I got it mostly from my mom. Don't know why. Huh. The king uttered, the half-breed tend to have some physical features like tail or horns for example. They sit still for who know how long as they make some small talks in between until the sewer great pop off and Marco appear on top of Fulduke, Ruberiot and a mime girl. Ah, Marco. Finally, what took you so long? Naruto said. You have no idea what I went through to get this key. Marco free the blonde teenager first then the king. Hey, king, we're busting you out of here. River put his shackles back on. Ah, what are you doing? I won't abandon my people. River said firmly as the teenagers cried out in shock. Sometimes, you've got to let the king go. Okay, you unlock him again, I'll carry him. Naruto deadpanned to Marco and they were about to get the king again until they hear Ludo's humming tune as the Kappa get close to the door. The teenagers quickly pretend to be chained while the artists dive back in the sewer before Ludo enter with Spider and Eagle. Time's up. Ludo smirked as he reached up to his neck. So, ready to. He feel around his neck before he look over himself confusingly. Wait, where's my key? The Kappa noticed the key on the floor before he picked it up with a snicker. I must have dropped my key right in front of you, and you didn't even notice. What? You could have been running free by now, prancing in the fields. Must make you feel pretty silly. He laughed before he snapped his fingers. Spider. The creature carry him up to the king's eye level. So are you going to force everyone to like me, or is it Levitato time? You may have the crown, but you will never be king. The king barked in the Kappa's face. We'll see how you feel once you've been Levitatoed. The Kappa smirked evilly before Eagle dragged the king out by the chains. No, River. Marco quickly dove into the sewer with Naruto. Come on. Everyone follow him through the sewer tunnels until they find the king near the gala with Ludo's group and audience outside from the grate. Welcome to the reign of King Ludo. Ludo announced to the frightened villagers, this is what happens to anyone who doesn't show respect and adoration for their king. He turned to River, do you have any last words? People of Muni. River shouted, I am not afraid. Blah blah blah. The Kappa rolled his eyes before he shot green beam from his wand hand, Levitato. And neither should you. The king shouted as he floated up into the sky and out of everyone's sight and the gasping Newman screamed. What are we gonna do now? Fulduke asked. Now, Marco scooped something up from the ground then smear it across his cheeks like war paint. We fight. Marco, did you just? Naruto took one big step back away from him. You know that's not mud, right? The black woman said. Shit. The Latino teenager paled with green face. It was around afternoon, barely a day, and the small group was working on their plan to overthrow Ludo and reclaim Muni. In Ruberiot lure the rat army and jump into this pit so they can get in there then we blow it up with million explosive tags. Naruto pointed to a X mark on the map. How do I get out of there when it go off? Ruberiot asked. You don't. The blonde said flatly. That's a brilliant strategy. Fulduke agreed, sacrifice a pawn for greatest good. Why does all your plans always end with me dying? The bard threw his hands up. Because you fucking deserve it. Naruto replied flatly. Because no one fucking like you. The black woman said. Guys, can we please come up with a plan that doesn't end in someone's death? Marco rubbed the bridge of his nose with sharp exhale. Naruto was about to open his mouth until they overhear a voice from outside the vent. Did you heard that Ludo caught Star? A villager said to another villager, now he's keeping her in dungeon. Oh, we're so doomed. The second villager moaned, maybe I should move to Pony Kingdom. We're going to bust Star out. Naruto sharply turned to the team, and I have an idea how to. Please tell me it won't result in my death. Ruberiot begged but he never get any answer, don't it? Guys. Star scowled at the guards that dropped the gruel off as she chained up to the wall, you think you're so tough. The guards leave as they slam the door on her, get back here, you jerks. She grumble until she hears some noises behind the door before a giant rat enter the dungeon, approaching the blonde girl. The creature squeak as it reach up to its chest and it peel a fur off, revealing a paper tag before smoke explode from itself, then it clear up to reveal, Naruto. Star gasped at the smiling face of her boyfriend. Star. Naruto grinned before he break the girl's shackles to her amazement, strength and rune. I added it to my shirt to increase my strength and endurance. He answered her unasked question with a grin, I can't believe you're here. I thought we won't see each oath, off. Star tackled him for a hug, which he gladly returned. I miss you. I miss you more. Star kissed him and they start to make out for a little bit. Guys, I'm right here. Marco's sweat dropped at them. Oh, Marco. The magical girl break apart from her boyfriend to give the Latino teenager a hug, you're here too. Star, about your dad, Naruto said. Yeah, I know. Star turned to him, Ludo tev a te tato ta potatoed him. If Ludo mastered it, it can't be dangerous. I think it's kinda bad, Star. The Latino teenager said. Marco, honestly, he's been through worse. She laughed with hand on her cheek, way worse. I think we have bigger problems right now. Well, you're in luck, Star. Marco grinned before he make a bird call to the vent on the ceiling, but nothing happened. Come on, guys, we practiced this. He made another bird call, morning dove. That's not what doves sound like on Muni. Fulduke's voice replied. Arg. The Latino teenager screamed furiously, just get down here. The group of artists drop down from the vent as they make land in pose. Star, allow me to introduce, La Resistance. Before he know it, Star swiftly gave Ruberiot a kick to groin and the wailing bard drop onto his knees, curling up in ball. That was for using my diary as your stupid song and reveal too many things, you bloody twat. Star glared down at the wailing bard. I get a map. Marco awkwardly take the map of castle out as Naruto smirked down at the moaning bard. The easiest way to depose a ruler is to destroy his credibility. So, he put some objects on the map. This virtual pet will represent Ludo. And this $650 is us. And this feather is Bird and Spider. Normally, they're always with him or nearby, except Bird and Spider break to feed every 5 hours. When he's alone, we take this air duct to the throne room. And that's when Fulduke hits him with rubber chicken. The black woman whipped the said item out. Nope. The Latino teenager shook his head. How about whoopee cushion? Fulduke pulled the said item out. No, we talked about this before. Marco sighed, Ruberiot. I have a ripping parody song I've been working on. Ruberiot grinned. He is great at ruining people's lives with songs. Star crossed her arms. I still say we cover him with explosive tags then throw him at the rats. Naruto glared at the bard. Ooh, I like that idea. The princess grinned. No, we are not doing that. The Latino teenager smacked his forehead. Marco, it seems like you guys are just kinda playing pranks. Star sighed, a boring and tasteless prank. Just leave the pranks to Naruto, he's the prankster king. And don't you forget it. The mixed teenager smirked. We're still working on that payoff part. Marco sighed. Okay, look, what you're doing here is, like, totally super admirable, but Ludo is not the problem here. The princess said, Toffee is controlling him. Wait, what? Naruto blinked at her, but isn't my father dead? That's what I thought until I found out that Toffee is actually, Star said before Ludo entered with a tray of tea unexpectedly. Actually, Star, I was thinking Ludo dropped the tray as soon as he see the group, guards. The rats swarm in. Datapa. Naruto clapped his gloved hands together and the rats squeak out in shock as the giant winds blew them out, causing the Kappa to run away. The manic is growing stronger. The Kappa screamed down the corridor. I'm going after Ludo. Star ran out as she hopped over some groaning rats. You guys, take care of rats and his goons. Roger. Marco hollered before the team kept fighting the rat guards, but there was endless to them as the artists got forced chained up one by one until Karate Boy, Psycho Boy. Buff Frog suddenly show up, threw a poor rat through the wall as it create a hole and the rat swarm seemed to die down after that. Buff Frog. Naruto grinned. And, the smiling frog monster step aside to reveal Queen Moon. Marco gasped. Marco. Moon blinked at him then at blonde teenager, Naruto. She looked around then back to the teenagers, where's Star? She went after Ludo. Marco answered, we have to find them before it's too late. What about arts and crafts friends? Buff Frog pointed at the chained artists with his thumb. Free them, but not this bloody wanker. Naruto pointed to Rubaiyat. Read a diary once and everyone hate me for no reason. The bard grumbled under his breath. I think we should just free the mime girl only. Marco said, I'm sorry, but Fulduke is kinda useless as much as Rubaiyat. What? The black woman looked offended by that and the new formed group leave through the hole in the wall before Buff Frog picked them up, leaping up to a balcony then hop across few balcony until they spot Star waving from another balcony in the distance. Star! Naruto hollered and the said girl just waved to them before in bright green light expand outward at rapid speed. The moon leaned over the rail with a tearful gasp, the whispering spell. No, Star, you get away. You run away from there. Before they know it, there was a bright explosive and by the time their sight's restored, they see a large crater where the tower used to be. No. Star, Naruto cried out with Marco. No, no, no. The queen turned to the frog monster, Buff Frog, we have to go now. Buff Frog grabbed them before he hopped down to the ground safely and they race into the crater. Moon almost immediately find Ludo under some debris before she pull him up by collar. Ludo. Where's Star? The Kappa open his eyes to reveal pink light. Where is my daughter? Mom. Star's voice spoke through Ludo's mouth. Mom, I'm in here. Star, is that you? Moon gasped. Yes, it's me. The princess's voice replied. Oh, thank goodness. The queen hugged the Kappa before she showered his face with kisses as the males looked slightly uncomfortable by that. Oh. Mom, stop it. Star's voice said as the Kappa's arm waved around. Oh, Star. Moon looked into Ludo's eyes. Where are you? Well, I'm totally fine, but, the princess's voice said, I don't exactly know where I am. That's okay, sweetie. The queen said, the important thing is, you're safe. Just stay right there. And no matter where you are, we'll find you. Ludo's eyes closed. Star. Are you still there? The Kappa's eyes open again but the lights were green this time. Hello, Moon. The voice spoke and it's very familiar to everyone. Toffee. Moon gasped along with everyone else as the Kappa hover up in air with evil smirk. Give us back Star. Oh, of course. Toffee's voice chuckled, but I'd like something from you first. The Kappa lifted the wand hand up with missing fingertip, something that belongs to me. Take it. The queen bring the bottle of a fingertip up with some hesitance. Now, your majesty, Toffee's voice said as the Kappa held his wand hand out, do we have a deal? Moon uncapped the bottle to take the fingertip out, placing it in the Kappa's hand and it magically merged with the wand hand. Ludo's green eyes black out as the body become limp and the wand hand expand out before flesh ooze out across its arm then cover Ludo's whole body, slowly form Toffee along with his suit. Toffee draw in breath in before he suddenly vomit the Kappa out. Yeech. Ludo groaned in disgust, covered in some kind of green slime and he hope it's not some kind of bile. Where's my daughter? Moon shouted at the Septarian, who just ignored her in favor of moving his fingers around. Where's Star? Naruto demanded. She's gone. Toffee finally answered causally as he crushed the half-star fragment and everyone gasped in horror. Moon suddenly charged toward the Septarian with tearful roar as purple veins grow across her forearms and she attempt to strike Toffee down but he relaxingly block her wild punches before the queen thrust the wand up against his chest. I call the darkness onto me from deepest depths of earth and sea. Moon shouted, from ancient evils unawakened, break the one who can't be broken. From blackest night I pledge my soul and crush my heart to burning coal. To summon forth the deadly power to see my hated foe devoured. Nothing happened after she finished her chant. Are you finished? The Septarian held her hand, the one that hold wand, up with annoying expression before he feels someone grab his pant leg and he looked down to see Ludo. Please, Ludo whined with teary eyes, just tell me. Did I have any part to play in this? No, Toffee said coldly before his face met in spiraling orb, sending him tumbling backward as his head exploded in ooze and his head regenerated almost instantly by the time he get up to discover it was his son that attacked him. Hello, Naruto. He smiled, no hug for your father. Give Star back, you prat. Naruto roared. Behind him, Moon attempted to put the dust of star fragment back into the wand and she get help from Marco and Buff Frog. Now that's not way to speak to your father. The Septarian shook his head with clicking tongue, and you still care about Butterfly. Tisk, tisk. I care about her because I love her. The blonde shouted before he shot air bullets from his thrusting fists at Toffee as the wind knocked the amazed Septarian off his feet, and you're not my father anymore. Ah, magic. Toffee stood up with a proud smirk. No, it feel like runes, unique. Oh, did you create it? He only get an answer from his son in form of fireball, which he easily backslap it out of the field. By your silence, I take it as yes. If I know you have a gift for runic script, I should have get you start on it many years ago. Fuck you. Naruto perform an water dragon attack at his opponent but he brush it off after taking the blunt damage of it. What do you have against them? Everything. The Septarian scoffed. They have magic, which bring nothing but chaos to the realms. These filthy mumens think they are better than us because of that, easily label whomever as monster or not then treat us like we're beneath dirt with no class. And the worst thing of all. This queen ruined everything I worked hard for in a single day with her damn magic. His eyes narrowed with a deep sneer. My army, my revolution, your future. If it wasn't for this butterfly and magic, we would have ruled this realm and you will be its prince and the ruler. That's it. The blonde frowned with furrowed brows. All of this shit because you just hate magic. I don't give a damn about magic, thrones and everything else. He paused to mutter under his breath, beside the monster right but that's later. His frown deepened. What I give damn about is Star right now. Give her back or else. That's it. That's it. Toffee groaned furiously at his son's response. Listen here, son, I have make myself clear. I forbid you from seeing this butterfly girl, she's no good for you. It's good thing she's gone for. They hear a whooshing noise and the Septarian turn around in time to see a giant golden beam before he scream out as it disintegrated him to nothing but bones and oozes. Naruto blinked rapidly at the black puddle before he turned to see his girlfriend in golden light with giant wings and 6 arms. Star. Naruto gasped before he raced toward to her as she touched down on ground, returning to her original form and he pulled her into a tight hug, which she gladly returned. You're back. Are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. Star pecked his cheek happily. Oh, my baby. Moon hugged her daughter before the rest joined the group hug. Hi. The princess smiled at everyone around her. Hi. They replied and an squishing sound attracted their attentions almost right away. Huh. Buff Frog uttered as everyone looked over to see Toffee slowly crawl toward them with oozing torso, barely keep itself together. You think you've won? Toffee chuckled mockingly. Huh. You don't make the plans. I do. Me. Only I know how this all turns out. Suddenly, a pillar crashed him flat. It turns out you're dead. Ludo walked out behind the fallen pillar with a gloat. That's what you get. Hey. He looked at everyone while pointing at disintegrating slime. Look. Look what I did. All by myself. Do you think he's really gone? Marco asked. Looks pretty gone to me. The frog monster said. Oh, he's gone for good. Naruto nodded firmly. No Septarian can come back from that. Yes, can't get more gone than that. The Kappa laughed. Naruto, are you okay? The Latino teenager turned to the said teenager as the blonde raised his eyebrow at him. About Toffee, he's your father and was killed in front of you. I already told Star that before. I admit my father was a good man who raises me well when my mum was still alive and I believe he died when my mum passed away. The mixed teenager said, this Toffee right now, it's not my father but someone else completely different. I already moved on after his first death, so it doesn't bother me much. Oh, Marco don't know how to respond to that and he don't blame Naruto for thinking that way because he would do the same thing in his shoes. He changed the topic by turning to Star. Star, I've never seen you do a spell like that before. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. Star shrugged and no one noticed that Moon have ran off to somewhere unknown. Okay, princess. Ludo approached the said princess with dimensional scissors. I think we can both agree that I've got some stuff to work on. You want me to cut off the beard? The princess tilted her head. No. Ludo grunted, throw me back in the void. I need to find myself. Star cut the portal as the Kappa jumped into her arm. I'm ready. Do you, need a minute with them? Star glanced to Spider and Eagle. What, them? The Kappa's eyes tearing up. I'm sorry. I have intimacy issues. Try to move on. Okay. The princess shrugged. Well, here goes. She tossed the Kappa inside the portal, then toss a bag of chips in before the portal close up. Good luck. Suddenly, there is a choir in the sky and everyone look up to see several giant eagles fly toward to the crater, one carry the singing children and another carry. Woo! River whooped giddily, woohoo! Papa! Star ran over to hug her father as he landed with the eagle. That was amazing. Marco smiled. How did you make it? Naruto asked the king out of curiosity. Ever since Ludo levitatoed me, I've been living among the eagles. The king smiled as the female eagle with jeweled crown nuzzled him. They made me their king, too. Where is Moon Pie? I don't know. Star looked around confusingly. She was just here. Did he just imply that he married a... The Latino teenager slowly leaned closer to Naruto with weird look. Boy, I hope the queen don't kill him. The mixed teenager whispered back. 2 days later, Naruto was standing in front of the butterfly family as they wait for someone to show up, and they don't have to wait any longer when Marco slipped down the stairs to their feet with a grunt. Oof. Marco slowly get back up on his feet as he dust himself off. Well, guess this is goodbye. And what a pleasure it's been. River gave the brunette a quick hug. This place won't be the same without you, my lad. But before you go, there's something I want to give you for all you've done for our kingdom. Squire. And Squire appeared at his side with a chest before the king opened it to reveal an long blue cape, then he wrapped it around the Latino teenager. Ta-da. Whoa. The Latino teenager checked himself out. Cool. He paused to stare at Naruto. You don't get a cape. Nah, I'll pass on this one. Naruto snickered to himself as the brunette looked at him confusingly. The blonde know that the cape is actually River's dining bid, but he won't tell him that. Ha ha. The king slapped Marco's back. You're like a real live knight now. Look at you, my boy. In fact, if you ever want to be a knight one day, give me a call. Wow. Marco's eyes lit up. Thanks, River. Take care of yourself back on Earth. Moon kissed Marco on his forehead. Thanks, the Latino teenager said before they turned to see that Naruto and Star was making out. Star, stop making out with, the queen frowned disapprovingly, him. Mom. Star break the kiss to give her mother a look, and the queen just huffed to herself, find it pointless to argue for now. The princess turned back to hug her boyfriend before she whisper into his ear, I found my scissor, so I'll see you later. Hope it'll be soon. Naruto hugged back with a light chuckle, I love you. I love you more. The princess giggled as they pull apart and she say her goodbye to Marco with a hug. She watched the boys left the Muni through the portal, and the princess almost immediately went to her room after a quick chat with her parents. Little does she know is that Ponyhead will come over later and caught her sniffling Naruto's dirty orange sweater like some fangirl. Naruto was getting ready for bed since he feel exhausted, and he was about to get in, but a portal appear above his bed, stopping him in track before Star hop out with a object in her hands, and she was in her sleepwear. Wow, that was way sooner than I thought. Naruto chuckled. For you. Star laughed. The space-time zone can be so confusing sometime, and it always change from time to time. It was 1 day and half for me. She handed the object over to her boyfriend and he examined it to see it was his orange sweater. Here, I washed it. Oh, thank. He grinned at her. I don't know you have it. Wait, you washed it? Yes, no. She giggled sheepishly. I had someone wash it. If I want to, I don't know how to, and they won't let me do it by myself because I'm. Her shoulders slumped with a groan. A princess. If you like to, I can teach you how to do the laundry. Naruto chuckled. I'll hold you on this one. Star smiled as she lie in his bed, lifting the blanket up. Right now, I just want to cuddle with you while we're sleeping. Her chuckling boyfriend get in the bed then cuddle with her. Don't be surprised to find me gone when you wake up because I have to sneak back home in about. She think for a moment before she check her wand's head for time. 4 hours. Get it. He gave her a good night kiss before they fall asleep. I wonder if it's possible to do that. Naruto hummed to himself as he study some runic books. It's Friday afternoon and he have no plan except for rune sealing. Right now, He's considering the idea of putting all offense and defensive runes into a item or tool almost like Star's wand. Wait a minute, what if I create a rune that can control magic like Star's wand? A familiar sound snapped him out of his mind and he turned around to see Star hopping out from the portal, but she was wearing elegant dress with her hairs up in two large balls, pigtail, and she have annoyed scowl on her face. Star, did something happen? It's Silver Bell Ball. Star threw herself across his bed with her face in pillow with a huff. It's going to start in 30 minutes but I'm ditching it. What's Silver Bell Ball and why? Naruto sit down on the bedside, gently rub her back. It's in celebration for the peace between several kingdoms. Every princesses and princes from each kingdom must have one dance with each other. She said, and I just found out that Tom is going to be there, so. The magical girl turned on her side with a grunt. Lately, my mom is trying to get me back together with Tom and break up with you. Just because he's prince and you're not. That, and she don't like you since she found out that you're half monster and the son of Toffee. Isn't Tom technically a monster because he's demon? He pointed out, that, and don't she remember how toxic your relationship was when you were with him? I know, right? Star sprang up into sitting position as she threw her arms up. Tom's a control freak with short temper. She crossed her arms. Mom's so prejudiced. She leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder with another huff. Can't she see that I'm very happy with you and how much we love each other because we accept each other the way we are? Why can't she be supportive like daddy? Naruto listened to her venting for a while and he admitted he find it a little funny when she went off topic for about 10 minutes. She crossed her arms with a biggest huff. Got it all out? Naruto asked as she gave him few nods. Do you want to go out to play miniature golf and video games? Yeah, I'd like that. She smiled lightly. Can we start with whack the moles first? She have some little pent-up anger and she want to release it all on these moles. Yeah. He get up with her. Do you want me to wait outside so you can change or? There was a magical flash and his girlfriend was back in her regular attire with her hair down. Let's go. Star skipped out with her chuckling boyfriend following. Do you think I should sneak in tonight or wait until tomorrow night? Naruto asked as the blondes ate pizza in the miniature golf's food court. Knowing my mom, Star looked up to the ceiling in a deep thought before her gaze shifted back to her boyfriend. It'll be best if you do it tomorrow night. I know she'll yell at me all night for ditching the ball as soon as I get back and then avoid me for couple days to cool off. She slumped over the table with a groan. Is there any way to avoid it? Maybe I should stay here with you forever. Oh, you want to elope with me? He joked with a light chuckle. Sure, I'll love to. Just say the word and we'll run away to hide from your scary mom. Oh, you. She giggled. She's not scary, sometime. She took a sip from her drink before a memory quickly popped inside her head. Oh. How's Jana? Naruto blinked at her. Remember when she blew up at Marco at this end-of-year party? What happened after that? Is she okay now or? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. She's fine, kinda. His girlfriend gave him a questioning look. Jana and I hang out sometime but she always avoids Marco and Jackie, barely speak to them. It kind of bother Marco. He's been trying to figure out how to fix everything, mending their friendship and turn everything back to normal. And have he find any? Star asked before he shake his head. I see. I want to help them but it's not going to be a simple fix. He sighed. I think I have to stay out of it and hope they work it out by themselves. I don't want to take any sides because they're both my friends. The magical girl nodded in agreement. Let's not think about it right now. She finished her pizza before she stand up with a grin. Let's think about me beating you at the golf game. You must think wrong because I'm going to win. Naruto get up with a teasing chuckle and the couple head out to the golf courses. The next night, Naruto changed into his pajamas and he cut a portal open then walked through it before he blinked rapidly at the sight in front of him. Star held a glowing wand out to a smiling woman with greenish hair in a dark room and they were staring at him with a blink. Naruto slowly reached down to his hidden weapon before his girlfriend speak up. It's okay, Naruto, I get it. His hand moved away from his weapon. By the way, why did you get here instead of my room? I was thinking of you when I make the portal. Naruto replied as she blinked again. the scissor can homing on anyone or any places as long as you think it in your head, so it'll be easy to teleport there. Huh, didn't know that. Star admitted before she remember what she was here for as she turned to the woman. Oh. I asked you for some answers. Did you or did you not mess with dark magic? Well, the woman tapped her chin with a smile. I did what I had to do for me. If the Magic High Commission and your mother think that's evil, call me a villainess. Wait, are you in my mind? The princess narrowed her eyes as she gestured to her head. They said you could be in my mind, and I wouldn't even know. Definitely not. The woman giggled, but if I were, I wouldn't tell you. There was a pause between them. That's a joke. Oh. Star laughed nervously. It wasn't very funny. But that's okay, 'cause she reached inside a brown bag, revealing Glossaric. Globgore. Glossaric jumped onto the woman's face. Globgore. Glossaric. The woman held the elder up with a smile. Good to see you. Globgore. The elder purred. He's been kind of a handful lately. The princess chuckled before she pointed to her forehead. Could you maybe do that little crystal white tickly thing again? Are you sure? The woman asked, cradling the elder in her arm. Globgore. Glossaric uttered, Globgore. I might corrupt him, the woman said. What? Star gasped before she laughed nervously. That was another joke. Ha ha, right. Globgore. The elder uttered before the woman press his crystal and the elder fall asleep immediately. Ah, they're so sweet when they're sleeping. The princess cooed before she looked up to the woman. Okay, listen, just because I didn't want you crystallized again doesn't mean I trust you. I just want you to be treated fairly. She glanced around at the room, although, this place doesn't exactly seem fair. She pointed to a bed filled with screeching fuzzy rat-like creatures. What in the rodent is that? Well, I love it here. The woman waved it off with a smile. Actually, this was my room, back in the, before. A lot has changed, but the most important thing is still the same. She walked up to a window, then pulled the curtains apart to reveal a view of beautiful garden. Ah, wow. Star gasped in awe. This view is incredible. Isn't it? The woman smiled as they stand in front of the window to gaze down at the garden, and Naruto finally asked a burning question that have been on his mind for a while. Star, who is she? Naruto asked. Oh, that is Eclipsa butterfly. The princess replied before she count up with her fingers, my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma. That's your 6th-time great-grandma. She looked like she's in her 30s. He blinked rapidly before he looked at Eclipsa with a raised eyebrow. Immortality spell or crystallized. Eclipsa simply smiled before she tapped her chin lightly as she looked at him closely. You remind me of someone in past. Really? Naruto asked. No. The woman replied without missing a beat, and the mixed teenager sweat drop. He feel like it's deja vu all over again. Eclipsa, that is Naruto. Star introduced each other. He's my boyfriend. It's nice to meet you. Eclipsa stared at him with a hum. How interesting. You have some septarian features. Was one of your parents or grandparents a septarian? My father was a septarian. He answered in surprise. Wait, how do you know? The princess looked equally surprised. Oh, that's easy. The smiling woman waved it off with a giggle. You can tell by looking close at his eyes, the pupils a little slit. His fangs are longer as septarians, and his fingernails, she wiggled her fingers, it appeared to be retractable and a little different from humans. There was a pause of silence as the teenagers stare at her, then they exchange glance. I can't see it. Star get a close-up look with squirted eyes at her boyfriend, still can't see it. How long have you two been together for? Eclipsa asked. Almost a year. Naruto replied after some quick thinking. We met at the beginning of school year, then start dating around 3 months later. Right, Star. Sound right to me. The princess hummed thoughtfully. Then it's only natural for you to not notice some small details about each other. The smiling woman folded her hands. I've never paid attention to small things about the man I love in the first 2 years. Oh. Star blinked before she noticed it was starting to get dark outside. We should get going now before the guards come in to check on us. She gave Eclipsa a wave. Bye, Eclipsa. She turned to Naruto. Go teleport to my bedroom. I'll meet you there in about 30 minutes. Alright, I'll see you there. He used the scissor to teleport to Star's room and the princess bid the woman one more goodbye as she leave the room. Half monster, huh? Eclipsa hummed to herself as she turned to her favorite view. I hope they won't meet same fate like I did. And I kinda pressure them into giving Eclipsa a fair trial. Star huffed with crossed arms as she lie halfway on Naruto's chest with his arm wrap around her waist. They were acting like assholes, being all evil, 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 and dark magic is evil. I think they were evil because they were trying to trick me into a false admittance and act so paranoid. I don't think paranoid is evil. Naruto commented to himself as he listened to Star about her day before he speak up, so they agreed to giving her a trail. Yup, she nodded, there'll be due process. Due process, due process. You watch too much mystery shows. He chuckled lightly. It's all your fault for getting me hooked up on them. Star lightly swats his chest with laughter. Yes, yes, it's all my fault. Naruto chuckled again before he pecked his girlfriend's forehead and she returned it with a kiss on lips. We should get some sleep in. One more kiss. She grinned and they share another kiss before they turn in for the night. A week went by. Naruto was helping Raphael and Angie with puzzle set in the living room. Where do you think this one go to? Raphael held a piece up in pure confusion. It have, 3 circle bits and 2 weird hook thingies. I don't see anything with this shape. Naruto scanned the empty spaces within the puzzle. At least it's not 3D puzzle. Angie said to herself with a headshake before a portal suddenly pop up above the sofa and Star jump out then plop down on the cushions with a groan. Hello, Star. She smiled brightly along with her husband, here to visit us. Kinda. Star muffled, my ex is being cringely. Tom. The mixed teenager asked as his girlfriend give out an groaning affirmation, what did he do? Ponyhead told me that Tom told her about something called demonicism, and she want me to come with her to help him because it sound very bad to her. Star sat up with an annoying huff, which I said no because I think it's some stupid ploy of his in attempt to get us back together again. She slid down onto the floor next to Naruto, so I'm going to be here for few hours, this so-called demonicism should be over by the time I go home. Do you want me to do something about Tom? Naruto asked her. Nah, I get that. The magical teenager waved it off, he's not bad as he used to be, but I think he get wrong idea because of my mom. She glanced at the puzzle on table, what are you guys doing? We're trying to solve the puzzle. Raphael grinned, want to help us out? Sure. Star joined them as she picked a piece up, where do you think this one go? She was holding the exact piece that the Latino man had. No idea. Angie shrugged and they tried to complete the set. Where's Marco? The magical girl asked curiously. Out, annoying people with his knighthood. Naruto snickered and his adopted parents just shake their heads at that. Oh, Star uttered before she finally connect the strange piece to the puzzle, oh. Got one. Marco was enjoying a show on television one morning and he was wrapped in his cape like a blanket, eating foods off it before his mother come across the sight. Oh, no. Angie placed hand on her forehead with a sigh before she walk up to her son, hey, there, big guy. Hey, mama, Marco replied. So, you're ready for the new school year? She asked. Yup, he replied before he take a sip of his soda, still getting used to Earth life, though. Angie hummed worriedly, I see you're still wearing your cape. At this time, Naruto come down with few items in his arms. Of course, I'm a knight. Marco fling his cape out dramatically, sending the chips flying around and some land in the brunette woman's hair. Is he still on it? Naruto asked Angie with a deadpan expression, a whole summer of night this. I'll handle it. The mother exhaled before she raised her eyebrow at the items in her adopted son's arms. What are you going to do with those? There is a large bag and a metal headband. I'm going to test out my magical tool and see if it work like Star's wand. The blonde held the headband up before he looked at it, although, I don't know why it transformed into this headband. It was a dagger in first place when I put the runic seals on it. And the bag? Angie asked. You don't want to know. Naruto snickered impishly, the less you know, the better. His bag have many prank supplies and he want to make preparation for the new school year. Okay, have fun. The woman shrugged her shoulders and the snickering blonde head out to the backyard before she turned to Marco. Did I ever tell you about my friend who spent a summer in France? Outside in the backyard, Naruto set the bag aside and he looked at the headband, wondering where he would put it on. Should I wrap it around my arm? He frowned with a hum. No, that's stupid. My waist. Nah, that's more stupid. Neck. No. He tie it around his forehead and he feel more stupid for not thinking simple before his head shake it off. Alright, test 100th, here we go. He take a deep breath, air bullet. Naruto feels some pulse on his forehead as the metal headband glow before a large air bullet shot through the fence without any warning and the recoil sent Naruto flying backward with few tumbles until he land on his back with a grunt. Are you okay? Raphael poked his head out behind the back door after heard the explosive. I'm great. Naruto held double thumb up in the air, still lying on ground. I finally create my vision of magic wand. Ha ha ha. Congrats, I'm so proud of you. The man grinned proudly as if his adopted son wasn't laughing like a madman before he go back inside. Everything feels so awkward and tensed in Jana's basement when the teenagers play Dungeons and Dragon game. Which one of you three invited Marco here? Jana hissed softly to Naruto, Ferguson and Alfonso as the said boy focus on fixing his cape. Not me. Naruto shook his head lightly. Me too. Ferguson whispered. He followed me after I told him my plans for the day. Alfonso gulped nervously at the mischievous girl's glare. Sorry. You are chained to the wall of Asgorth's dungeon surrounded by his feral imps, and only one holds the key to your freedom. The mischievous girl read the story out loud with a grumble. What's in our surroundings? The chubby teenager asked. Nothing. Jana replied flatly. I try and break the chains. Ferguson said. The imps eat your hands. The mischievous teenager said after she rolled the dices and the chubby teenager screamed. I cast a healing spell. The nerd raised his hand up. The imps eat your hands. Jana repeated after she rolled the dices again. I somehow slip out from the cuffs then make my escape, leaving the others to their fates while I search for my stolen stuff. Naruto said. You're free and successfully escape without any troubles because the imps were still eating the others. The mischievous girl rolled the dices. Yes. The blonde pumped his fist. You traitor. Alfonso cried to the blonde. Marco. The chubby teenager turned to the said teenager. Marco hummed with index finger on his chin, use the butter. What? Ferguson cried, there's no butter. Didn't you hear what she just said? There's nothing in our surroundings. Put it on the chains, slide your hands out, hide in the vents. The Latino teenager ignored his friends. This isn't Muni, Marco. The nerd cried annoyingly, it's not going to work. And, Jana rolled the dice and interestingly with flat tone, it doesn't work. You're dead. What? Marco slammed his hands on table as he stood up, this plan should be work. Without it, how can we find Ludo, say the whispering spell, destroy too? No. Ferguson threw his hands up, this isn't Muni. Yeah. Everyone but Naruto died. The mischievous girl cut him off after she rolled the dice again, the evil have won, yay. Game over. But I'm still in the game. Let me see the losing conditions again. Naruto checked the sheet, the game is over when 3 party members die. Never mind. Oh, no 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 no. The chubby teenager screamed. It's okay, Ferguson. Alfonso tried to calm him down, it's just a game. On Muni, this actually happened without the evil wand part. Marco turned to show his cape off, they made me a knight. He heard a door suddenly slammed before he turned to see Ferguson and Alfonso missing. Where did Ferguson and Alfonso go? They left. Jana replied flatly. What? The Latino teenager blinked rapidly, why? Because you're annoying. She scoffed, that and you kept talking about Muni and knighthood all the time. Jana, can we talk? Marco rubbed his neck. Marco find himself pushed out of the house by Jana before she slammed the door behind his back. I guess now's not the good time. Back inside, Jana stomped away from the front door to the living room and she sat down on the couch as Naruto looked up from her movie collection. You okay? He asked. What do you think? She huffed. First he never noticed me until I explode on him, then he tried to get my attention, acting like nothing happened, and now. Night, night, night. Ah. I can relate to you with this last part. He shook his head lightly. I live with him so I have to listen to him every single day, and I was already there in first place. Man, that suck. Jana pity him before she pick a movie collection case, you know what? Let's shut our brains off with that. Leprechaun. Naruto raised his eyebrow, is it any good? Oh, watch and see. She smirked, and before they know it, a portal appear, then Star jump out. Hey, Naruto, how? Star grinned before she blinked at her surrounding until her eyes land on her best friend. Oh, hey, Jana. Hey, Jana greeted, is it night in Muni? It turned out that the magical girl is in her sleepwear outfit. Yes, she paused before she glanced between them. Wait, what time is it now? 6. Naruto answered. Oh, guess the time has changed again. Star decided to sit down next to Jana. What are we doing now? We're having horror movie night to cheer her up. He gestured to the mischievous girl. Yup, Marco just got me in foul mood again. Jana huffed as she popped the first disc into the player. Is he still talking about saving Muni? Star asked, had heard everything from her boyfriend the other day. That and he show up at dungeon game uninvited. The mischievous girl scoffed. Ooh, the magical girl threw her arm around her best friend, say no more. Let's watch the movies, she grinned, and have a sleepover. Just 3 of us. Yeah, and we can summon ghosts with Ouija board. Jana grinned. No, please don't. Naruto paled, earned couple giggles from the girls as they watch the movies. Star decided to stay a bit longer the next day as she play video game with Jana and Naruto at the mischievous girl's house. Rip and tear this bitch up. Star laughed giddily as Doomslayer brutally tear a random demon up. Yes. Yes. Ha ha ha. I totally know she'll love this game. Jana snickered amusingly. Yeah, she love fighting and violent games. Naruto chuckled, you should have seen her playing Mortal Kombat. Fuck. The magical girl screamed in furious when she died in the game before she handed the controller to Jana. I hate these revenants. They keep come out from nowhere. Yeah, right. The mischievous girl snorted amusingly. The magical girl was too focused on the fatty demons and floating eyeballs instead of other demons because she liked their goriest deaths. The game resume, and Jana immediately mow the demons down with a crackle while the blondes root for her until many ding noise went off in Star's pocket. Star pulled her smartphone out to check the alert messages. Sorry, it's my social web thing. She checked the social media app. What set off so many alerts? Naruto asked her. Many friends comment on one thing. The magical girl shrugged her shoulders before she gasped in surprise as she read something. Marco and Jackie broke up. Her boyfriend almost immediately peeks at her phone over her shoulder. Check their relationship status, he said as his girlfriend scrolled, then tapped few times until the blonde couple see the status. Oh. They broke up on Jackie's part. Jackie's post only say it was her who did the dump part and didn't give any more details about the breakup. What? Jana whipped her head to them with bewildered expression and she paused in deep thought, unsure what to make out of it. I think it's better time for me to leave. Naruto got up, he want to check up on Marco. Yeah, let me know how he is. Star told him worriedly and he gave her a thumb up before he left. She turned to her stunned friend. Jana, do you want me to grab ice cream tubs and talk about it? Yeah, I guess so, the mischievous girl muttered softly. When Naruto get home, the first thing he did was asking his adopted parents who was in the living room. I'm home. Where's Marco? Oh, you heard about it. Raphael rubbed his neck worriedly as the blonde nodded. He's in his room, Angie answered, and he want to be left alone for the night. Oh, Naruto glanced up the stairs. Are you hungry? The brunette woman asked suddenly to change the topic. Do you want me to make something for dinner? Yeah, is it fine to ask for tacos? He asked, finding himself in mood for tacos. Yes, it's fine. Angie get up with a light smile. Dinner will be ready in 30 minutes. So what are we watching? Naruto sat down next to his adopted father. Star Trek. Raphael answered. Angie loved this show. Really? The blonde blinked and the bulky man nodded as they watched the show. Naruto kept his eyebrow up the whole time the very next day as Diaz's family stand in front of the high school. Well, I now release you from the bonds of academia. Principal Skeeves released a single dove from box, be free. Or, something like that. We've never sent a kid to another dimension before. Sure you have. Marco held a thick stack of paper up, it's just like what Star did when she did her exchange program. Just, in the opposite direction. Well, I hope I'm not sending you off to your death. Skeeves shrugged. Marco, hold on. The said teenager turned to see Ferguson showing up with Alfonso and Sensei as the nerd carry a sign that read, "Goodbye, Marco. You can't leave yet. We want to say sorry for how we acted the other day." Alfonso said. No, guys, I'm the one who needs to say sorry. Marco shook his head with waving hands. I really haven't been around much, and... Dude, it's okay. The chubby teenager cut him off. Look, we brought you something. He took an display case of an multi-sided dice out before he give it to the Latino teenager. It's our lucky die. It'll grant you good fortune on your travels. Marco took it with a smile. Thanks, you guys. For the record, I'm still mad at you. Sensei crossed his arms with a frown. I know. The Latino teenager reached behind his back, but I got you something. He pulled an red cape, with S letter on it, out. I'm gonna miss you so much. Sensei took the cape with a loud wail. I'm gonna miss you too, man. Marco chuckled before he used his dimensional scissor to open a portal, then looked back to the group. Well, I guess this is goodbye, guys. I don't understand. Raphael cried in pure confusion. We're just letting Marco leave school. Is this even legal? I was wondering about it too. Naruto deadpanned. He also wondered how the hell did Marco manage to convince his parents into that. Shish. Angie shushed them gently. Marco needs to have his own French summer. Now Naruto thinks she play part in this, somewhat. What? The bulky man cried. What is happening? He was so confused that he missed most of farewells from everyone as Marco stepped through the portal that disappeared and something occurred to him. Naruto, you're not going. Nah, I can visit anytime I want. The blonde replied, and I don't think I'll be allowed to stay there since the queen doesn't like me very much so. He shrugged his shoulders. You're stuck with me. Oh, okay. Raphael scratched his head again in pure confusion, still struggling with the fact that they just let Marco drop out of school to go to Muni. A portal formed in a certain area and Naruto walked through before he take a look around. It appeared that he's in a garden and he spots Star sitting next to Eclipsa on a bench. Hello, girls. Naruto approached them. Oh, Naruto. Star suddenly grabbed his collar then pulled him into a deep kiss that lasts few moments before she release him. Phew. I really need that. Stressful day. Naruto said dazedly. Very. She exhaled heavily. Mom invited Tom over and put him in my room without my knowledge. I don't know he was there until he come out of my bathroom. Here, take a load off. Eclipsa held a bag of bird seed out to the magical princess. Feed the birds. Always makes me feel better. I don't get how some people think it's okay to just drop into your life without so much as a heads-up text. Star snatched the bag from the woman then ate it angrily. You know what I'm saying. And then you try to help him out, no appreciation. So, what's his name? The former queen smirked lightly. Marco. The princess huffed. How long have he drive you up the wall? Naruto asked. One day, he just got here. Star huffed again. He got here today, huh? He blinked once. It's been 1 week on Earth since he left. Time shift. Eclipsa smiled. Such a flick it is. She shifted her eyes to the blonde girl, Marco. So that's it. Marco thinks that just because I'm a princess, I can get him whatever job he wants. The princess ate some seeds. Well, can't you? Eclipsa tilted her head. No, Star paused. Fine, yes. But that's not the point. I bet if she did, her parents might overrule her on this one or something like that. Naruto inputted. He's right. The princess hummed thoughtfully. That's quite a possibility because her mother is very traditional. Well, now that he's here, do you want him to stay? The woman asked. Yeah, Star frowned. No. I don't know. She sighed. Doesn't matter anyway. I already made him a laundry squire. A laundry squire. Naruto can't help but to laugh, he's a washer. Oh, wait until everyone hear it back on Earth. He's squiring for the night of the wash. Eclipsa become very concerned. Ah, well then your problem will take care of itself, dear. What's that supposed to mean? The princess turned to her questioningly. No squire has ever survived more than a day in the laundry room. The former queen replied, it's the most dangerous place in the castle. Marco. Star gasped in realization, I got to go. She threw the bag down as the birds dove in for the spilled seeds before she ran off, thanks for the popcorn. Naruto, stay with her. That wasn't popcorn. Eclipsa looked up to the sky. Okay. Naruto watched his girlfriend ran off with odd look, what's so dangerous about a laundry room? Naruto, right. The smiling woman turned to the said teenager as he nodded, why don't you take a seat with me? Sure. He stepped over the thick chain to sit down on the bench next to her, that's one big chain. Indeed, it's a dragon chain. Eclipsa smiled, it's used to prevent me from using magic. Oh. Naruto realized something, but wait, you don't have magic wand. That's pretty useless if you think about it. Quite. She laughed lightly, but it's just a precaution. You never know if the wand end up in my hand. Ah. He fought the urge to feel his headband inside his pocket, right? So how are things between you and Star? Eclipsa asked, closing her eyes to enjoy the sunlight. Oh, it's all good. Naruto replied, we're trying our best to make it work. The whole dimensional distance relationship deal. I think it's working pretty well. She smiled knowingly, after all, you two have dimensional scissors. That make the teenager chuckled sheepishly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it. Oh, thank you. He rubbed his neck sheepishly with a chuckle. You know, when I look at you two, you remind me of myself. Eclipsa smiled fondly at her memories, I have to sneak off to see my lover to keep our relationship a secret until they found out about us. Right, her lover was a monster. Naruto recalled the tidbit, what was he like? She turned her head to him, your lover. Oh. She smiled widely, he's very sweet and sensitive. He's vegetarian. So proud. She laughed, so proud enough to be stubborn, you have no idea how many times we have argued over little thing. But we always make up after. The teenager smiled at her, ooh, I can hear his sexy accent whispering nothing but sweet love in my ear as he. Oh, okay, what else? He dropped his smile with paled face as he waved his hands. Ah, my apologies. Eclipsa covered her giggling mouth, I almost lost myself reminiscing about him. What else? Ah, let me tell you how we meet for the first time. Naruto listened to her story for a bit until Star show up to fetch him and say their byes to the former queen. And you fought the lint monster then make Marco your squire. Naruto raised his eyebrow at Star as they cuddle up in her bedroom. Don't forget that he get his own room. Star reminded him. Man, why don't you take me with you? He pouted childishly, I want to fight the lint monster and show you my magic wand, magic headband. Oh, her eyes lit up, you did it. You made your own magic wand. She sing-song with starry eyes, let me see it. Let me see it, let me see. Here, Naruto pulled his headband out with a chuckle, it was supposed to be something else but it transformed into that for some reason. Ooh, shiny. Star stroked the smooth surface of the metal headband with her finger, can it use the same spells like mine? Yeah, I tried your narwhal spell out and it worked. He nodded before he winced, I still feel bad for making a hole in the car's door. Whose car? She asked before she gasped, Diaz's car. Yup. Naruto nodded, good thing their insurance cover the damages. Well, the next time I'll go off on an adventure, I'll make sure to take you with me. Star said after few minutes. You better. He squeezed her lightly before he added a teasing tone, or else. Or else what? She shot him a flirty look. Or I will do that. Naruto kissed her, and that, he kissed his nape, while tickling you. He surprised her with tickle attack, causing the princess to squeal out with giggles. Naruto. Star giggled non-stopping, playfully swat his hands away and she was about to return the favor until they hear beeping sounds. Ah, no. You only have been here for 2 hours. I'm afraid so. He took his phone out as she pouted with furrowed brows. Visitation time's over. I have to go back to Earth. Can you stay a little longer? She'd plop her chin on the edge of her bed as she watched him getting up to cut a portal open. As much as I love to, but I can't because someone here still have school, pranks and all. Naruto pecked her nose lightly. I'll see you later. Later. Star watched him go through the portal with a wave and she roll over onto her back with a sigh, missing her boyfriend already. I'm glad you enjoy the night blowout cell at Quest by with Marco. Naruto chuckled with Star as they rode in carriage, but I'm very glad that you invited me to go with you guys this time. Would you forgive me if I don't? Star giggled. Never. He laughed. Okay, you need to hold still. Ponyhead said as she put some makeup on Marco. To his dismay, one more second. It needs to be perfect. How do I look? Marco asked, wearing a princess-like dress and thick makeover. Super pretty. The floating head held a mirror up and the brunette gasped. Oh, no. The Latino teenager covered his face with hands. What's the matter? Star asked him concernedly, you don't like it? No, Marco smeared his makeup, I know I look amazing. It's just, I can't go back to Saint. Olga's like this. I gotta come clean. Ponyhead spit the mirror out with a shaking head. If you tell those girls that you have been lying about being a princess, they will destroy you. I still can't believe they want to give me an honorary degree. The brunette took an invitation card out. I know I inspired a generation and all, but I can't keep lying. Whatever. The floating head shrugged her non-existent shoulders. It's your funeral. The carriage suddenly stopped as everyone almost fall out of their seat before the floating head poke her face outside. Hey, goat. Just because you're invisible doesn't mean I can't hurt you. Oh, we're here. She opened the door before they step out. Come on, ladies and stud. They hear a grunt before they turn to see Marco struggling to get out, due to her dress. You're having a princess problem. Star snickered. Yeah, I'm having a princess problem. Marco sighed with a deadpan expression. Need a Prince Charming to help you. Naruto teased his adopted brother with a smirk. I can fix it easy. The magical blonde patted her boyfriend's arm with snicker before she turned to the brunette. Okay, stand up straight. He follow her directions, arms forward. And exhale. He slip out of the carriage easily. Oh. Marco gasped in surprise. Well, you've obviously done this before. They look ahead to see spotlights waving around within street. Olga's school and they can hear loud music and cheering within the walls. Okay. I can't do this. He was about to run back inside the carriage but the spotlight shined upon him. Princess Turdina, where you going? A voice called out to Marco and he turned around to see crowd of cheering princesses before several princesses scream out, sign my poster. Sign my cat. A Minotaur princess hold a cat up. Sing my face. A cactus-like princess screamed before and princess with 4 arms pushed through the crowd. Okay, people, don't crowd her. The princess with 4 arms shouted at them before she turned to the Latino teenager with a smile, Princess Turdina. It is truly an honor. She paused to raise her eyebrow at Naruto. Servant or are you the stripper that we hire for Princess Turd? That is Naruto, my man. Star quickly wrapped her arms around Naruto's arm before she glanced at him. Naruto, that's Princess Arms. Her gaze shifted back to the princess. I invited him as my +1, hope you don't mind. That's fine. The 4-armed princess waved it off. The princesses here need some eye candy. Oh, please, you don't have to. Marco tried to say something but. We can't wait to show you what we've done with this place. Princess Arms cut him off as she grabbed his hands then dragged him inside the academy with everyone in tow. Welcome to Utopia. Wow, that's my kind of school. Naruto whistled at the sight of the princesses running around and do whatever they want in the lobby. Some were riding giant wolf creature and some play rough sports. Oh, it's so beautiful. Ponyhead cooed and 2 blondes want to point out the fact that she attend this school during weekdays but they stay quiet. Wow. This is, Marco opened a random book on a table before he stared at a slice of pizza inside, really something. Oh, we got rid of all those oppressive classes about manners and, please, and, thank you, and all that other trash. The four-armed princess said proudly before she pointed at schedule on wall, we have our own curriculum now. It only say two things, brunch and party. Brunchin', the brunette read it out loud, party. When do you sleep? Oh ho ho, don't worry about it. Princess Arms laughed it off. You know, sometimes structure isn't a bad thing. Marco muttered and the music suddenly stopped. What? The four-armed princess sharply turned to him with narrowed eyes. I just think that rules have a place, the Latino teenager said. Yeah, but you told us to never conform. Princess Arms cut him off, if you weren't being honest about who you are, then this whole school would be built on a lie. Her right eye twitched rapidly with strained grin. What I meant to say was rules have a place, Marco laughed nervously, the garbage. Ha ha. Oh, ha ha. The four-armed princess put her arms around Marco's shoulders as she led him down the hallway. Oh. Oh, good one. That was, oh, you had me. How likely will we end up fighting the rowdy princesses? Naruto whispered to Ponyhead and Star. Very. Ponyhead said. That's if Marco don't come out. Star hummed. After a short tour, Princess Arms lead the group into a large hallway. This, Princess Arms gestured at the new surrounding, is the hallway of Turdina. There were posters and memorabilia of Princess Turdina. This is the very first Turdina poster we hung up. All of your t-shirts, and all of your dolls, and a lock of your hair, and a poster of your movie. She gestured to a giant movie poster of Marco standing on top of a mountain. Oh, I gotta get a DVD of that. Star grinned. And copies for our friends and family. Naruto smirked, I know some who would enjoy that very much. He turned to Princess Arms, do you do pre-orders? Her response was double thumb up, niece. This is too much. Marco scratched the back of his head. Are you kidding? A sheep-like princess smiled, we owe this whole school to you. You showed us that all princesses don't have to fit into the same mold. A bird princess squawked in agreement. PFF'd. The Latino teenager waved his hand, no, I didn't. And we're gonna show you our appreciation by throwing you the biggest party this school's ever seen. Princess Arms grinned brightly. A party. Marco squealed with hands on his cheeks, for me. Marco, isn't there something you wanted to tell these girls? Star whispered to the brunette. Oh. He blinked, yeah, the Latino teenager cleared his throat before he thrust his fist up, it's not criminal to be an individual. The princesses cheered. That's not what I mean. Star deadpanned quietly with crossed arms as Naruto rubbed her back in sign of support. Oh, my gosh. A princess with green scales and spikes across her arms ran up to the group, oh, my gosh. It's here. It's here. What's here? Marco asked before the spiky princess pulled him outside with everyone following. Check it out. The spiky princess gestured to a giant statue of Princess Turdina in courtyard, isn't it amazing? Whoa, the Latino teenager gasped. In honor of the one princess who changed our lives, we dedicate this to you. Ram Princess announced. I'm so beautiful. Marco blushed. At that, I won't be surprised if Marco officially become a drag queener, Naruto whispered before Star quickly smacked his stomach lightly. Quiet, don't make me laugh. Star whispered back with some giggles, she don't want to embarrass herself in front of the princesses and to stop her boyfriend from ousting Marco. I hope you do like it, Princess Turdina. The Minotaur princess bounced with clasped hands, it took all year to save up enough to get it made. We cleaned toilets on weekends for extra cash. The two-headed princess smiled. But it was worth it because you showed us that there's another way to live. Princess Arms lifted her arms up and the princesses cheered. Hey, hey, Princess Smooshy appeared, it's time for a group selfie in front of the statue. I'm still amazed that she lived through the mauling. Naruto whispered to Star as Marco posed with the girls. I'm still amazed that the girls are chill with her after the whole, I'm stealing your face, thing. Star whispered back before she noticed something about Marco, are you enjoying this? Hey, this is the first time he's ever been popular. Ponyhead leaned closer to her best friend, don't ruin it for him. Well, he should tell the truth like a decent human being. The Muni princess huffed before she walked up to the Latino teenager, hey, Turdina, can I talk to you for a sec? Sure. Marco turned to the princesses as Star dragged him away. Bye, ladies. Marco, I think you're running out of time to tell the truth. Star said after return to Naruto's and Ponyhead's sides. Don't even listen to her, Turdina. Ponyhead shook her head, these princesses worship you. Yeah, but they worship someone who doesn't exist. The Muni princess said, Marco is the most organized, rule-abiding person I know. Think of the party. The floating head said. Yeah, they spent all that money for the statue. Marco rubbed his head guilty, I can't crush their spirits. I'm just worried you might be letting this attention get to your head. Star said. What? The Latino teenager denied, that's not it. This is for them, not for me. Naruto, tell her she's wrong. Actually, I agree with her. Naruto jabbed his thumb at the Muni princess. Princess Turdina, come on. Princess Arms called out, it's time for your ceremony. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going with Pony's advice. Marco muttered. Woo. Ponyhead celebrated, good choice. She ran off with Marco to join the other princesses and Star facepalm as Naruto pat her shoulder. Thank you, Princess Gwendolyn, for that beautiful interpretive dance. Princess Arms shooed the said princess off the stage before she turned to the audience, and now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The woman herself, Princess Marco Turdina. Marco come out behind the curtain as everyone cheered before she approached him with degree, I present you this honorary street. Olga's degree. Wow. Marco accepted it as the princesses chanted, Turdina, before he take the podium, dearest princesses, congratulations on this wonderful school. I know you see me as an idol, but today you're my idols. You embody everything that Princess Turdina, that I stand for, not letting anyone force you to be something you're not, living by your true colors, loving who you are. The princesses cheered, I'm proud to have inspired you to be brave, even when it's scary. And when being true to yourself might mean disappointing thousands of people. He looked at Star who looked very disappointed. He sighed, that's why I have to tell you the truth. I, Princess Marco Turdina, am a boy. A familiar sound drains his last word out. Is that Uncle's chainsaw? Naruto looked up to the sky to see a opening portal with everyone before Heinous car flew out with Rasticor's torso tied to the hood. Yup, that's Uncle's chainsaw. Oh, no. Star uttered as the car landed on stage and Gemini exited, went around the car to open the driver's door before Heinous stepped out, causing the gasping princesses to scream out. It's Miss Heinous. A mouse princess screamed. Princess Turdina is a fraud, and I have the evidence to prove it. The former headmistress held an cassette tape out. It's a tape. A random princess muttered. It's a tape of what? Another princess asked. That's right, I watched your video and saw your dark secret. Heinous screeched. Oh, that phony confession I did. Marco scoffed, go ahead, show him. It's not real. Oh, no, it's not. The former headmistress suddenly pulled his dress down to reveal a single hair on his chest, but this is. Wait, a princess exclaimed with the other princesses, is that a hair? Turdina isn't a princess. Heinous shouted, she's a boy. How do you know about Rodrigo? Marco cried. He named his chest hairs. Naruto whispered to Star oddly. He named his chest hairs. Star whispered back weirdly. Whatever. A random princess shouted, that doesn't prove anything. Princesses can be hairy. Yeah, a hairy princess popped up. We believe in you, Turdina. Marco took a deep breath as the princesses whispered to each other in confusion before he take his dress off. I am a boy. It's good thing he wear his regular clothes under it as everyone gasped. Ooh. Princess Jags uttered in interest before she correct herself. Oop. I mean, This, princesses, is why you need me running street. Olga's. Heinous spoke, look where all this freedom got you. Living in filth and championing a hero who's been lying to you all along. Henceforth, you must reinstate me as your schoolmaster. You need me, she whispered, and I need you. Wait, what did she just say? Star asked. Which part? Naruto asked and the Muni princess was about to say something. Wait, no. Princess Arms stepped up, why does it matter if he's a boy? Nothing he said was wrong. Yeah, the Minotaur princess shouted with thrusting fist, he can think for himself and so can we. He can be a princess if he wants to. Princess Ram shouted with fists up in air. Turdina's a state of mind. The four-armed princess shouted and the princesses cheered. Silence. Heinous barked, silence. A water balloon suddenly hit her face. Yes, got her. Naruto laughed with water balloon and Star threw one. Ooh. Star laughed as soon as the water balloon hit the woman's face again. I just got her right in the face too. They share a kiss together as the princesses start rioting, screaming free will as they chase Heinous group back into the car. Sorry that it's boring because there's nothing for us to do around here. She watched the car took off into the portal in the sky. That's okay because I get something better. The mixed teenager smirked. Which is? She asked. Blackmail materials. Naruto held a phone up to show her a recording of Marco in dress. I know a bird who'll love it, and few guys. Ooh, you bad. Star giggled and he pocketed it as soon as Marco approached them with pony head as the party resume. Well, looks like Turdina's gone for good. Marco said. Yeah, pony head cried as she glared at him, because you took her away from us, you selfish monster. You look like you can breathe a lot easier now. Star looked at Marco. Mostly 'cause I'm out of that dress. The Latino teenager breathed out, that corset was killin' me. You wear corset. Naruto gave him a funny look, really? Do you know how dangerous corset is? Could we get a selfie with Marco Turdina, boy princess? A mouse princess asked the said teenager with several princesses. Sure. Marco allowed them to take picture. Oh, Smooshy's gonna be so jealous of this one. The mouse princess walked away with the girls. Where is Smooshy, anyways? The Minotaur princess asked. Naruto, want me to show you around more? Star asked Naruto as some girls dragged Marco to the dance floor with pony head. I want to show you the places where we fought and escaped from the last times we were here. Sure, I'd love to. Naruto grinned at his girlfriend as they walked off to explore for who know how long until it was time for them to leave. So then I worked together with monsters to build the dam to save the village then make Buff Frog monster expert after Dr. Goodwill went crazy. Star combed her hair with a sharp exhale, and of course, Mom blew her gasket because she don't want a monster to be a monster expert and work here. Can't she look through it and accept them? It's not going to be this simple. Naruto said as he get comfortable in her bed, she grow up hating monsters and we can't change her view with a snap. It also don't help the fact that her daughter is dating the half-monster son of her mother's killer. In an attempt to break the blonde couple up several months ago, Moon told Star that Toffee was the one who killed Star's grandma and she shouldn't be allowed to see Naruto anymore because he's the son of a murderer. Of course it don't work because Star told her that no child shall inherit the sin of their parent, something that Naruto thought she took it from One Piece. Plus, she asked him if he know about that and he was honestly shocked about that. It was something that the blonde couple have to discussing about it to get through, which was pretty easy in their case because Star don't have a memory of her grandmother or a single thing about her and Naruto had disowned Toffee a long time ago. Why waste anything on what wasn't there in first place? True. She hummed, it's just so frustrating for me. She just lost the count of how many times her mother tried to control her life and the whole Tom thing is pushing her closer to the edge. Want a massage? Naruto asked. Sure. Star crawled into her bed and her boyfriend worked his magic hands on her shoulders as she tried her best to stay quiet not to alert the guards outside. Thank, baby. Anytime, love. He pecked her temple and she pecked his cheek as they get ready for bed. They were asleep few minutes later, until a bright light waked Naruto up and his eyes widened at the sight of gold energy around Star as she take her golden butterfly form then disappear through the portal, and return to bed in normal form, still asleep. Naruto blinked at the snoring girl few times as she start to chew the pillow in her sleep. Ah, sleepwalking with magic, what can go wrong? He shrugged to himself before he go back to sleep. And done. Naruto finished his homeworks for the night and he opened the portal up before he walked through into Star's room, only to blink rapidly at the sight of Star chained up to her bed with a giant padlock as she stared back at him. I know we talk about kinks before but I don't think we ever discuss about bondage. Dude, I'm right here. He turned to see Marco with a small chain and the brunette has horrific expression with paled face. Thank for putting gross images in my head. Oh, didn't see you there. The mixed teenager lifted his hand up with raised eyebrow. What's going on? Long story short, she morphed into Butterfly Star and fly through different portals in her sleep. Marco said. And we can't let my parents know. Star said before she glanced to Marco, you heard what Dad said. Locked away forever. I think he was exaggerating a little. The Latino teenager said. Marco. My squire. Naruto, my sexy boyfriend. The princess said, you two are the only people I can trust with this. Promise me you won't doze off again, not Naruto, he have to sleep with me. Don't worry, not gonna happen. Marco waved his hand before he pointed to the small chain around his ankle, and even if it does, this chain will alert me anytime you move, and I'll wake up, too. I'm going to hold your hand. Naruto slipped his hand into her hand, there's no space for him to lie on the bed, courtesy of the chains. Okay. Star said, good night. She went to sleep as Naruto joined her and Marco take his seat on a footstool after he put Glossaryk outside. Naruto enjoy the dream of ramen until he hear a muffled voice as it grow loud, Naruto, Naruto. Naruto. Wake the fuck up. Wah. He opened his eyes to the screaming Latino teenager, what's the ma? He blinked as he noticed his surrounding, Star was in her butterfly mode and they were flying through a void. Oh. Wake Star. Marco screamed before a potato chip bag hit his face, what the? The boys looked to their right to see Ludo floating past them and the bewildered Kappa just wave at them, which they returned in equal bewildering. Naruto, wake Star up. On it. Naruto turned to his sleepwalking girlfriend, Star. Wake up. He shook their clasped hands with rubbing thumb until she wake up with a startle. Naruto. Star blinked groggily, Marco. I need you to fly us back to that portal. The Latino teenager pointed to the glowing portal in the distance. Portal, she uttered confusingly until she snapped out of it, oh. She pulled the boys in to secure her hold on them before she flew toward to the portal until they noticed that her wings would slowly fade away in lights. Huh, seriously. It's okay, I got us covered. Naruto pulled his headband out as soon as Star transformed back to her normal form, Tornado Blast. He thrust his palm out behind them before a powerful tornado blast into the void, propelling the teenagers toward the portal, at high speed. Ah! They screamed as they held on each other for their life until they shot through the portal and land on the floor of Star's bedroom with some groans. Are you two all right? They looked up to see Eclipsa in pink pajama set with purple bandage. Eclipsa. Star jumped back up on her feet, I am so glad you're here. She paused before she pointed at her, wait a minute. Why are you here? I'm returning this little guy after he wandered into my tower. The former queen gestured to Glossaryk at her feet. Eclipsa. Marco got up with a gasp, isn't she that ancient evil queen everyone's talking about? We don't trust you one bit. Oh, are you afraid I'll get my evil cooties on you? Eclipsa teased with wiggling fingers. Stay back, woman. The Latino teenager strike up a karate pose. What's this? The former queen copied his action, some sort of sword hand dance. This looks fun. Don't come any closer, Marco warned. Take it easy, Marco. Naruto got up in between the former queen and Latino teenager, she's actually nice and harmless. Yeah, Marco, she's really not dangerous. Star nodded. Aren't you adorable? Eclipsa smiled toward the brunette with a giggle. Who are you calling adorable? The Latino teenager glared. Stop. The princess spread her arms out. I have had 10 times my daily dose of weirdness in the last hour, so let's just call it a night, okay? What? Marco stuttered, why you can't just. Nope. Star suddenly pushed the stuttering brunette out of her room. Nope. She closed the door on him then turned around to lean back on it with a groan before she noticed that the former queen was going to leave, Eclipsa. She stopped her, wait. I need to ask you something. She turned her head to Naruto, sorry, but can you go back to Earth for tonight? It's been. Say no more. Naruto gave her a quick peck, I'll see you later. Later. She replied as her boyfriend opened the portal up then disappeared through it and she turned back to Eclipsa. After some time passed, Naruto was sitting near the campfire with Star, Marco and Kelly at a place called Lava Lake Beach within the underworld. I love how spooky underworld beaches are. Star leaned against Naruto's side with a smile as they roasted marshmallows while some beachgoers enjoyed their day around them. Isn't that kind of the underworld's? Marco looked around worriedly, thing. Yeah, but we always want to come here and today's a special day. Naruto said before he lifted the stick up. Star, your marshmallow's done. Ah, I finished yours, too. Star traded him a burnt marshmallow for her marshmallow and they ate their snacks. Oh, man, the Latino teenager noticed that his marshmallow has melted before he turned to Kelly with a sigh. Kelly, can I have one of yours? I actually licked all of these. Kelly ate some marshmallows on a single stick. Yeah, okay, never mind. Marco grimaced. Ah, it's okay, Marco. Star laughed, you can have our last one. Here you go. Naruto handed the extra stick over to the brunette. Thank. The Latino teenager carefully roasted his snack. Oh, man, the Soulrise is gonna be so great this year. The magical girl bounced excitingly in her seat. And you said that place is a perfect spot to watch it. The mixed teenager said until a big three-eyed demon came up to them with a horned skeleton girl. What are you jerks doing in our spot? The demon yelled at them with aggressive. Excuse us. Naruto stood up with a challenging look, we were here first. Yeah, I don't see your name on it. Star backed her boyfriend up. Well, maybe you need more eyes. The demon mocked. Sounds like this guy's looking for a fight. The magical girl punched her palm. Dibs on the big bloke. The mixed teenager smirked slyly at his pouting girlfriend. There's only one way to settle this. The demon yanked a random skeleton skull off. Fight. The blonde couple lunge at the screaming demon and skeleton, beating them up in a one-sided battle. Whoa, whoa, Marco cried out, can't we settling it any other way than that? He attempted to stop the fight but it was in vain as Star knocked the skeleton girl's skull off to his side. Hey, your friend looked upset. The skull of skeleton girl glanced at a direction behind Marco, maybe you should check on her. The Latino teenager turned around to see Kelly disappearing behind a hill in distance. Kelly. The brunette ran to look for the said girl, leaving the blonde couple behind to finish beating the wailing demon up. And go find a different spot far away from us. Naruto dropkicked the demon far away from the area and he turned to his girlfriend, who just blasted the skeleton girl far away. With warm-up out of the way, anyone up for a little game of? He blinked before he scanned everywhere with Star. Where did Marco and Kelly go? Maybe they went to explore the beach together. Star guessed. You think? He rubbed his chin with a hum as she nodded. Do you want to wait and relax here or do something? Besides swimming, he looked over his shoulder to the red lake with some people inside. It burned. Why are we swimming in lava? Someone get us the fuck out of here. Save us. Yup, the blonde couple won't go in this lake at all. We should wait and just enjoy the sunbath. The magical girl lie down on the towel with Naruto at her side. That place is really nice. Naruto commented, feeling very relaxed and his girlfriend make a affirmation hum. Does Marco know that we choose this place for his birthday? No, we were going to tell him that but these jerks show up and he disappeared with Kelly. Star replied, folding hands on her stomach to make herself comfortable. Oh, he uttered and few minutes of comfortable silence went by. When they come back, do you want to get some ice creams? Sound good. She smiled. What's taking them so long? Star asked with slight frown. Marco and Kelly have not returned for an hour, even after the Soulrise, which was lovely in the couple's option. Let's go looking, Naruto said until he spot their friends walking to them in distance. Oh, there they are. Hey, we're back. Marco lifted his hand up with Kelly. Where were you two? The mixed teenager asked curiously. Just hanging out, working through something and all. Kelly crossed her arms with a shrug. Oh, want to go get everyone ice cream with me? Star asked her, we can talk about it on the way. Sure. The brunette wrapped her arm around the blonde girl's arm as they walk away and the boys glance at each other. I just realized that I have a feeling for Jana. Marco sighed with slumped shoulders, like, I love her. Oh. Naruto gave him a pat on back, unsure how to respond to that. You know we're here because it's your birthday and we have couple gifts for you. Yeah, I just remembered today's my birthday, thanks to Kelly. The Latino teenager rubbed his neck sheepishly, sorry. His adopted brother just waves it off. When Naruto come home from school the very next day, he just got blindsided when he find Jana with big hiking backpack on pouch. Jana. He raised eyebrow at her, what's up with the backpack? You're going somewhere. Yup, I decide to go to Muni. Jana said, convinced my mom to let me go. She lightly kicked a pebble away. I want to patch things up with Marco and maybe try to, you know. Is it cool to ask you to give me a lift too? Say no more. Naruto opened a portal without any hesitance as she gave him a odd stare, what? Go get your man. Thank. The mischievous girl hugged him with a light chuckle, you're a good friend. No problem. He hugged back with a chuckle, give them a hell for me, will you? Sure, the queen of pranksters is on the case. Jana jumped into the portal with a smirk, cheerio. Naruto snorted in amusement and he walked inside the house. After I made Jana my royal advisor, we visited Pigeon Kingdom to get signatures from Pigeon Royalty for humans and Monster Unity petition and we hit some snag because Marco accidentally broke Rich Pigeon's legs. Star told Naruto as they walked together into a certain room, but it's all good when Rich come out and speak our tongue. He have a charming accent and is so smart by the way, forgive us and give us the last signature we need. After that, I visited Ponyhead and met her sisters. There was so many of them and they were so, she tapped her chin, interesting in many ways. Anyway, the other night I just found out that Marco have been working with Hekapu and that she's mad at him for keeping my dimensional sleepwalking episodes a secret. Star, you know you don't have to recap the whole week to him as soon as he got here, right? Marco spoke up from the couch next to Jana. I don't mind a quick catch-up. Naruto smiled, I love listening to her lovely voice. Ah. The princess clasped her hands and Jana turned to Marco with a raised eyebrow. Are they usually this mushy? Jana asked. Unfortunately yes. The Latino teenager deadpanned, at least they're not making. He looked over to the couple to see that they are making out on spot. Oh, come on. Guys, remember what we are here for. Oh, right. Star broke the kiss as she started to pace back and forth. Okay, I thought it was a dream, but then, it was like, oh, no, you ate all these goblin dogs, so it's like, it was not a dream. And then I brought the goblin dog truck into my bedroom, and then I crushed my bed with it, and I had to turn my bed back into a bed. Jana blew air at Marco's face as he struggled not to laugh at the tickling feeling, and then I told my mom about it, and my mom was, like, oh, that shouldn't be happening. And I was like, oh, no, she noticed the mischievous girl's antic, Jana. Stop blowing in Marco's hair. What? Marco shielded his face from the mischievous girl, that was you. Sorry. Jana smirked unapologetically, got a little bored. And I have a lot of things to catch up on you. You mean, with, he corrected her. Nope, I'm, like, WAAAAY behind with tricks. She smirked flirty at him, causing the brunette to turn his blushing face away from her. They have been mending fence since she make an abrupt appearance at Muni and it have been smooth so far. Marco have been little awkward around her. Bet you 50 bulls that they'll get together before the end of this year. Naruto whispered to Star. Guys, focus. The princess clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. Okay, I'm sleep portaling. She sighed, in my sleep, every night, I hear this sound, and it's like, she made a high-pitched whine before she stopped with a headshake. Oh, no, that's not it. She made a high-pitched whine and the teenagers covered their ears with winces. Okay, Star, we get it. Jana shouted in grimace, can we just get to the point, please? The princess stopped her whine to everyone's relief and she take a scroll out of her pouch bag. I've been following this sound. Star unrolled the scroll to reveal a map, to the same location every night. But I never make it there because I wake up. And that's where you come in, Jana. You've gotta hypnotize me so I can stay asleep. What? Marco sat up straight, hypnotize you. Star, shouldn't you leave that to a trained professional? You doubt my skills. The mischievous girl smirked cockily. Yeah, actually I do. The Latino teenager put fists on his hip. Chicken butt. Jana snapped her fingers and the brunette fall asleep right away, sliding off the couch with a thud. She snapped her fingers again and he bowled up with a confusing blink. What the heck? Marco glanced around confusingly. What happened? You guys, stop messing around and get over here. Star scolded them before she put a compact mirror on her headband. Hey, check it out. I linked my compact phone to my mirror, so you'll be able to see whatever I see. Naruto, you've got the scissors. If anything goes wrong out there, you come get me. You're my lifeline. Are you sure about that? Naruto asked. Yes, I have to. The princess nodded firmly. What if you get lost, or go so far out that we can't find you? Marco asked worriedly. Marco, we've dealt with much worse stuff than this. Star waved it off. She have a point there. The mixed teenager said. Yeah, I guess. The Latino teenager muttered as the princess get in her bed, putting the wand on her bedside table. Okay, Star. Jana lift her book up, take a nice, deep breath. The princess obeyed as the mischievous girl lift a wristwatch up to swing it sideways. Now, focus on my watch. Hey, that's my watch. Marco recognized this watch. Dude, this is about Star. The mischievous girl rolled her eyes. Get over yourself. Take it easy, Marco. Naruto patted the said teenager's shoulder. You must get it back so. Ah. The Latino teenager crossed his arms with a grunt. Keep your eyes on the watch. Jana continued as Star slowly dozed off. You're feeling light as a feather. The princess's eyes closed. And now we wait. Marco sighed before he walked to the other side of room with Jana. If my math is right, she will transform in 3, 2, 1. Naruto watched the sleeping princess creating a giant golden portal above her before it sucked her in along with the bed. We have liftoff. Jana grinned as soon as the portal closed. To the mirror telly. The mixed teenager walked over to the mirror with the teenagers. The mirror show many different dimension changing in a single blink as if someone flipped the channels. Wow, wonder how fast she is flying at. Naruto whistled in amazement. What's all that? Marco asked as soon as Jana walked over to a table with many things on it. Spiritual chromatograph, magic wave scope, energy oscillotron, and a jigsaw puzzle for when things get slow. She answered before she knocked everything but one thing off the table, but most importantly, the map. Marco scanned the puzzling map. Where is she? Oh, here she is, she's here. No, maybe she's here. Or here. No, forget this. We're going in. Relax, mate, she's fine. Naruto kept his eyes on the mirror. Yeah, dude, relax. Jana grabbed a bowl of popcorn. She's got a long way to go. Yeah, I guess you're right. The Latino teenager sighed as she ate some popcorn. So, Jana. Been a while since we've hung out one-on-one. He laughed nervously. We've never really had. Chicken butt. She snapped and Marco passed out before she glanced at Naruto as he raised his eyebrow at her. What? He was getting little annoying and I need some quiet time, and he need to chill out a bit. The mixed teenager turned back to the mirror with a headshake until he see that Star was staring at a purplish-pink vortex. Hey, I think she find it. What the? Jana looked up to the mirror before she wake Marco up with a snap. Hey, sleeping beauty. Huh? Marco stuttered with whipping head. What? Huh? Jana, what did you? Shut up and look. The mischievous girl shushed him. Wait. The Latino teenager checked the map without taking one eye off the mirror. Where is that on the map? I don't know. Jana replied. She's off the map. She said she never made it there so it's not on the map. Naruto nodded as they watched Star get closer to the mysterious portal before the compact mirror fall off right before she enter it and the large mirror suddenly have error message over static noise. Shit. He cut the portal open. I'm going in. Off. He grunted out as soon as some mysterious force pushed him back away from the portal and it disappeared right away. What the? What happened? Jana asked. Where is she? I don't know. The mixed teenager tried few times but the results was always same. It's as if she's in someplace unknown. What are we going to do? Marco cried worriedly before he tried to make a call to Star on mirror but it kept decline his call under error message. What are we gonna do? Oh. What about Glossaric? The mischievous girl held the said elder out. Maybe he can. Globgore. Glossaric jumped out with a scream until he landed on his face on table. You're a disgrace to magic. Jana frowned at the elder. Magic, that's it. Naruto sharply turned to Star's magic wand. Her wand will do the trick since it has trace of her magical energy. Oh, that's a bad idea. The mischievous girl said worriedly as the mixed teenager picked the wand up, and that's coming from me. I agree with her, Marco said. Well, do you two have any better ideas? The blonde looked at them and they didn't say anything. Alright, Naruto was about to say something but the wand suddenly pull him up in air as it transform under the red and black light before it drop him and the teenagers look at the wand's new appearance. It have a red spiral with ruby gem in middle and 4 bat-like wings. Ugh, that's new. He gave it a weird look before he shrugged it off as he opened the bedside table's drawer then take Star's spell notebook out, flipping to a certain page. Whoa. Jana peeked at the page with Marco, the all-seeing eye. She raised an eyebrow at a random comment, spying leads to crying. Here I go. Naruto memorized the chant before he take a deep breath with closed eyes as he held the wand up with both hands. I summon the all-seeing eye to tear a hole into the sky. Reveal to me that which is hidden. Unveil to me what is forbidden. No one notice his whisker marks glowing along with the wand before it summon a window portal, revealing Star lying together with unicorns in some golden water. Star. That's it. Star pointed at him with big shiny doe eyes. That's my name. Star. Thanks, strange hot boy. Star, you have to come home. The mixed teenager said. I am home. Star said dreamily as if she's high on something. We've get her out of there. Naruto reached out to the window portal. Give me your hand. As soon as his hand make contact with the portal, the window cloud up with red then it break down. Star. He cried out before a portal suddenly opened with a powerful shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet and Star appear in her new golden butterfly form. Naruto. Jana. Marco. Star scanned everywhere. Where are you? She noticed that half of everything in room are on fire, guys. Here. The magical girl turned to see her boyfriend sitting up with a grunt. Oh, my gosh. Star flew to Naruto. Are you okay? Yup. I'll be 100% in 3 seconds. He joked as he raised the wand up. My wand. The princess took it back as it transformed back to normal. It's good thing you know how to use it or it'd be incredibly stupid of you. Good thing I'm not Marco. Naruto chuckled. That's a little mean. They heard the Latino teenager's voice somewhere in the damaged room. Thank you. Star hugged her boyfriend and they share a deep kiss. Ew, gross. Jana's voice hollered, get a portal. No. Marco's voice cried, don't get a portal. Keep it PG, people. Jana, Marco. Star gasped as the couple looked up to see Jana dangling on a broken beam while holding Marco in a bride carry. No rush. The mischievous girl smirked as the Latino teenager blushed before they fall down when the beam broke down and Star quickly catch them in midair. Gotcha. The princess brought them down to the floor gently. This is the coolest thing that has ever happened to you. Jana whistled as Marco helped Naruto up. Agreed. Star grinned, oh ho ho, check this out. She turned back to normal, huh. She transformed to her butterfly form, huh. She repeated the action 2 more times, huh. Huh. She turned back to normal once again. I can do it. She raised the wand over her head, at will. So are you still hearing that sound? The mischievous girl asked. Star paused to listen. I guess I'm not. And does that mean you're going to quit sleep portaling? Marco asked. I guess, the princess hummed, it does. I don't know. The Latino teenager said suspiciously, I'm not convinced that this is chicken butt. Both Star and Jana snapped their fingers and Marco passed out as everyone stared down at him. Want to take embarrassing photos of him? Naruto pulled his phone out with a impish grin and the girls smirked at him. Marco and Jana watched Star ran around the monster temple, quickly decorating and set up snacks, as Naruto hung some lights up across the pillars. All right, guys. Star zipped her party boots up, what do you think? She gestured to their surrounding, is it too much? I think it looked great. Naruto said. It's not too much. Marco said. Is it not enough? The princess asked worriedly. It's good enough. The mixed teenager placed his arm around her shoulders in a side hug. But does it read as humans and monsters together? Star asked him. Yup, according to the banner up there. Naruto pointed at humans and monsters unity banner at the entrance. Stow worrying, Star. Rich Pigeon appeared at their side as he bent down to sip some punch from goblet on table. "Oh, Rich, it is really cool of you to pay for this party." The princess smiled. "I cannot believe you found this place." "No problem, Star," the pigeon prince said in between sips. "Yeah, thanks." Marco smiled sheepishly, "and I'm glad your leg is better." "Legs heal, Marco, but grudges last forever," Rich Pigeon said menacingly. Why yeah, well," the Latino teenager stuttered with widened eyes as Jana snickered behind him, "I'm sorry." Kidding, the pigeon prince laughed, "Water under the bridge. Besides, I love throwing parties. What's the point of money if you aren't lording it over everyone, Ponyhead appeared, "Time to get this thing started now." "Okay, I'm sorry that I'm late, but guess why? It's 'cause I brought you a gift." Johnny Blowhole carried a photo booth in before he pass out and Kelly stepped out from the booth. "Hey," Kelly greeted. "Oh." Star hugged her best friend, "Pony, you're the best." "Oh, did you hear that?" The floating head gloated to the teenagers, "The best." "Me." She glanced to her best friend, "Ooh, but, girl, this looks more like a standoff than a party." The group looked over to the dance floor as the monsters stand on one side while the Mew-men stand on other side. There's tension. "Ah." The Muni princess groaned, "Maybe I pushed too hard and they aren't ready for this." "That's it." A chubby teenager threw a glass down after he drank it and the music halted. "Oh, no." Star gulped, "No." "Ooh." Ponyhead whistled, "Okay, now it's getting started. If no one else is gonna say anything, I will." The chubby teenager stomped toward to the monsters, "How dare you." The monsters backed away, beside the yak monster. Me. Yak monster uttered. Pre-distressed ripped knee jeans. The chubby teenager examined the monster's pant, "I should have thought to wear mine. What's it like being the coolest dude here?" "Oh, the monster pointed at himself, "You're happy at me." "Yes, I'm happy at you." The chubby teenager shouted with a smile. "Oh, well, thanks." Yak monster smiled before he pointed at the horns on the teenager's shoulders, "Where'd you get those horns?" "I really like 'em." "Oh, ha. The teenager showed off his horns with a laugh, "These old things." "Yeah, boating accident. I should have died." "Yeah, you should have." The monster nodded. "Yeah, it was pretty painful." The chubby teenager laughed together with the monster and at that, the two groups start to mingling and enjoy the party. "Oh, thank corn." Star breathed out. "See," Marco said, "you have nothing to worry about. Monsters and humans partying together." The magical girl laughed with hands on her cheeks, "Who'd have thunk?" "Oh, they're playing our song." Naruto turned to her, "Would you like a dance?" "Yes, I'd love to." Star grabbed his hand before they ran over to the dance floor, leaving their friends behind. "So, Marco cleared his throat as he turned slightly to Jana, "Do you want to test the booth out and see if it's working?" Jana suddenly dragged the yelping brunette inside the booth. Introductions. Star gestured to a female bird monster and an sea prince named Larry. "Hey, so, wanna dance?" the bird monster asked. Sure." Larry held his hand out to the bird monster and they walked to the dance floor together. "And that's your 10th matchmaking." Naruto chuckled, "I think at this rate, you will pairing everyone up at the end of this party." "That's the plan." She laughed as they checked everything, beats, on point. "Punch," she licked a drop off the punch bowl, "not cold enough." "On it." The mixed teenager took a runic seal tag out. "I have magic." Star pulled her wand out and freeze the punch bowl in giant block of ice. I wonder if I have minor fire tags somewhere in my pocket." Naruto checked his pockets. He would use his magic headband but all of his fire spells are large scale and would cause many damages. He noticed Star slowly bring her tongue to the ice. "Star, don't lick it. You'll get struck." "Okay." She moved back with a sing-song tone and she watched her boyfriend with a smile as he melt the ice block with heating tag until her smile dropped when she spot a familiar face approach them. "Tom, what are you doing here?" "I'm here for you, Star." Tom smiled, "When I heard that you're throwing a party, I can't have you go dateless because that would look bad for a princess who." "I have a date." Star gestured to Naruto, "My boyfriend, Naruto. Remember him? You're back together." The demon blinked. We never broke up. She frowned. But your mom told me that you're single and want to get back with me, Tom said. She lied. Star huffed with crossed arms, and if I was single, there's no way in hell I'm going back to you. She rubbed her forehead. And how did you find out about the party? Johnny told me. The demon rubbed his neck awkwardly. I gotta focus on the party, so go mingle with people and enjoy. The princess quickly dragged Naruto away from her downtrodden demon. Unbelievable. She grumbled to herself. Star. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. I'll be okay. Star took a deep breath as she touched his hand. Let's just focus on the party. All right, he replied before they hear someone shout happily. Look, guys, I got him to do it. Rich Pigeon, equipped with human arms, pointed to Marco, who was holding his hands up in karate stance. I got him to do the sword hand dance. Everyone, sword hand dance. No, it's, Marco stuttered as everyone start to dance with their chopping hands up. It's not a dance. This indicates I'm poised for combat. Why am I not surprised? Naruto snorted at the sight and the dance went on for a bit while. This party is on point. Ponyhead bumped Star's side with a grin. Good job, girl. Aw, thanks, Pony. Star smiled with hands on her hips. You know, I think I really did do a good job. She don't do good job. The mixed teenager said before he grinned widely. She did a great job. Ha, you. The princess laughed. That's so lame, yet so sweet. To Star Butterfly, for putting on this magnificent party. Rich Pigeon suddenly announced with raised goblet. And inviting everybody to come. The squirrel girl added. You guys, stop. Star giggled with heavy blush as everyone chanted, speech, to her. Okay, I'm blushing. I'm literally blushing, guys. Well, we kids are the future, and starting tonight, we are going to create a new Muni. A Muni where everyone is welcome anywhere. She squealed, I'm so excited, I could scream. Help, a girl's voice screamed. Oh, my gosh. The Muni princess turned to see Spiderbite Princess stumbling out, covered in slimes, before she run over to her. What happened? Spiderbite Princess stuttered frighteningly and dazed. It was a monster. What is going on over here? The bird girl asked. Obviously, she was attacked by that slimy monster. Larry said with narrowed eyes. What? The bird monster glared at him. Slime wouldn't attack anybody. Is he still down in that chamber? The duck monster asked. The Spiderbite Princess stammered. We saw you take him down there. The monster with Big Bill said. Yeah, what did you do to him? The bird girl demanded. Okay, has anyone seen? Star was about to ask until the monsters and Mew-men start to accuse each other when it is realized that some monsters are missing. Hey, everyone, settle down. The groups keep agreeing as she tried to get their attentions few times until. Everyone, calm the bloody hell down. Naruto shouted at everyone with flashing red eyes and fangs, causing the stunned partygoers to quiet down. Please listen to Star and let Spiderbite Princess. It's Penelope. The Spiderbite Princess informed him with lifting index finger. Let Penelope finish her explanation before you all open your mouths, please. The mixed teenager said before he turned to Star. The floor's yours, Star. Thank you, Naruto. The magical princess said before she turned to the Spiderbite Princess. What happened? And please be clear. Slime and I stumbled upon this chamber by accident and we found bunch of monster statues. Penelope fidgeted, then one of them come alive and took Slime away. Look like we have to go down and check it out. Naruto said to his girlfriend. Yeah. Star turned to the crowd. Please, everybody, just let me take care of this. Go back and enjoy the party. There's fresh punch. It's very cold. The Goblin Dog food truck is out front, and we even have some jokes. Pony, keep everybody entertained while we investigate. Ooh, Ponyhead grinned as the couple walked away. I'm the jokes. Guys, do you know why Roy is selling strawberry goblin dogs? Marco approached the couple with strange look. I mean, who would want strawberry? Come on, Marco. Star pulled him along with them. We need you for backup in case if things go south. Wah, the Latino teenager uttered confusingly. I'll explain. Naruto said as they walk up to the chamber, some monsters are disappearing and slime monster is missing. If something bad happens to those monsters, everything I've worked for will be ruined. The princess said before she grabbed a candelabra on the way in and down the stairs. Hey, slime, slimy dude, you in here? Hey, look. The mixed teenager pointed at the slime trail and they follow it deeper into the darkness. What do you think this place was anyway? Marco glanced around. I don't know, but these stairs are not easy in this dress. Star replied. I'd offer to carry you but we're getting close to the last step over there. Naruto said before they reach the floor and walk through the large door. Whoa, check it out. The Latino teenager gestured to the tent in a large room, it's like a little campsite. He walked over to the pile of books then opened a random book, these earmarks are fresh. A torch on wall suddenly went out and it caused the teenagers to jump up before they get in defense stances. Slime. The princess spoke uneasily, if that was you, now would be a nice time to tell us. The candelabra's fires went out. Matches, matches, matches. Marco screamed in panic. Okay, I found a candle. Star screamed. Star, use the wand. Naruto cried out. Oh, right. The princess bring her wand out and it lit up in bright pink light before a figure suddenly appear in front of the teenagers, causing them to yelp out until she realized the figure. What the? Star blinked owlishly, Mina Loveberry. The figure turned out to be the crazy warrior that they met in Alley on Earth before. Mud sister. Mina flicked her finger at the princess with one hand on her hip, huh? What the heck are you doing here? I am throwing a very important human and monster friendship party. Star answered. Wait, monsters. The crazy warrior held her hands up, I've been throwing monsters into this closet all night. She opened the closet door to reveal several monsters inside. Get us out of here, Slime cried. What? The princess gasped in horror, oh, no. What are you doing? You need to let them go right now. Huh? Mina snorted, I need to keep this place safe from evil monster treachery. They're not evil, they're my friends. Star said, come on. This place is abandoned. Nothing sinister is going on. Young warrior, everything about these monsters and Huzits is sinister. The crazy warrior glared with clawing motion. You don't understand. The princess spoke, I am trying to. Interrupting. Mina cut her off, you don't understand the complexities of this situation. I am duty-bound to protect this temple. She lifted a rock with drawn smiley face and stethoscope up, doctor's orders. This one's all you, Mud sister. Marco whispered to Star, slowly backed away from the crazed girl. What he said. Naruto whispered, maybe you can talk her down. Maybe it's time to get a second opinion. Star walked closer to the crazed girl after she gave the boys a nod. You doubt the words of a professional. Mina poked her with the stethoscope. No, but, the princess winced before she pushed the stethoscope away, ow. Okay, stop it. She held her hands up to the perplet, okay, Mina, look, let's just calm down and not escalate things. I'm not the one escalating things, escalator. Mina jabbed her index finger at the princess angrily, I've been waiting hundreds of years, she screamed out when the ceiling suddenly caved on her and Heinous appeared on the top of the rock pile. Princess Marco. Heinous narrowed her eyes at the said boy with a evil smirk. Heinous. Marco gasped before he narrowed his eyes as he get into his stance, oh, no. I am done running from you. This ends now. He heard some yelps behind him and he turned around to see Rastakor held Naruto up with one arm and Gemini struggled with Star. Really? How the hell do you let them sneak up on you too? Behind you. Naruto warned, trying to break out of his uncle's hold with couple back kicks. Huh, the Latino teenager turned to see a club before everything went black. I take back what I said to you too. Marco deadpanned to his friends as Gemini hooked him up to Heinous. Machine and Star was trying to gnaw her way out of the ropes. Come on, uncle. The mixed teenager said to his uncle, can't you let me go? Mission, sorry. Rastakor grunted with few winces from his nephew's random attacks, he need money to pay the bills and all he have to do is just hold the blondes back. Okay. Heinous grinned wickedly, now to set the mood. Play the music. Again, milady. Gemini whined. Play it. The old woman growled deadly. Yes, ma'am. The minion turned the music on as he grumbled under his breath, heard it 15 times. The music turned out to be thrash music and the elder banged her head with rock gestures to the teenager's bewilderment. Start the machine. Heinous put the headgear on her head. Okay. Gemini tried to turn the machine on but he can't move the lever. Milday, the lever is stuck. What? The elder scowled. When, the hunchbacked minion stammered, when I push it, it doesn't go down. You imbecile. Heinous pushed Gemini away, utterly incompetent. But no matter. She shoved her face in front of Marco with an evil grin. This is between me and Princess Marco now. Her cheeks unexpectedly glow and the ground start to shake as a circular door behind them start to glowing with 2 clubs and a spade to everyone's shock. It slowly opened before there was a blast of light for few moments and Heinous slowly walked toward to the door as if she was drawn into it. Milady. Gemini followed her and everyone else decided to follow her. Rastakor release his nephew as the mixed teenager untied his girlfriend on the way in. It can't be. Heinous gasped at the sight of what appeared to be a nursery with dust and cobwebs as if no one had been here for years. So are we still fighting or? Marco asked. Read the room, Marco. Star hissed sideways to him. I'm starting to wonder what this place really is. Naruto glanced around and the elder picked 2 dolls up, one a red monster and other one that looked like Eclipsa. What have you got there, milady? The minion asked his boss. Dolls. The elder breathed out. Oh, Gemini muttered, I can see that. These were my dolls. Heinous clutched them to her chest. I love my dolls. The minion muttered awkwardly, that's very nice. I can't believe it. The elder looked around before she points them out, it's all coming back to me. That was my bookshelf. And my toy chest. This place, this was my nursery. She gasped as she walked up to the crib then wiped some dust off the backboard to reveal a name, Meteora. And this was my baby bed. But, Gemini said, how is this possible? Oh, it's possible, all right. The teenagers yelped out when Mina appeared behind them with crossed arms as the rest turned to face her. I knew you'd be back here one day, Meteora. I beg your pardon. Gemini gestured to his boss, this is Miss Heinous, the honorable headmistress of St. Olga's School for Wayward Princesses. No, Heinous said slowly, Meteora. That is my name. At least, it was my name a long, long time ago. Her cheeks glow again and her minion noticed something else. Milady, your arm. The minion gasped at her arm and the former headmistress looked down to say that her right arm have gained red scales with claw. No, 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 no. She cried in shock. Shall I fetch your makeup? Gemini asked lamely. Well, ain't this a pretty picture? Mina strolled in with fists on her hips. First, Eclipsa wakes up, and now, look who comes a-cryin'. Pai Cal. Whoa, wait. Star finally spoke up, Eclipsa. What does she have to do with this? Yeah, can someone fill us in? Marco asked. Guys, I think I figure it out. Naruto made some connections in his head but he wasn't sure about his theory. If Heinous say that is her nursery and her name is Meteora, and she have a doll of Eclipsa and a red monster, he pointed at the said dolls before his finger shift to Heinous, red arm, red like her arm. If you guys remember before, everyone kept said that Eclipsa have a monster lover. Meaning. That's right, she's her mama. Mina gestured to a large portrait that shows Eclipsa holding a monster baby and the mixed teenager wonder how the bloody hell they missed that one. Eclipsa is Heinous' mother. The Latino teenager cried, but how? Eclipsa is hundreds of years old. Besides, that would mean Heinous is he gasped, a princess. Star realized something else, means she's a butterfly. And your relative, the mixed teenager pointed out. It means she's a monster. The crazed warrior jumped up into air, transformed into a muscular woman with demonic voice. Now, see here, Gemini lifted his index finger up nervously before Mina fling him away with a blast and she aimed her arm at Heinous. Whoa, 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 Mina. Star jumped in between them with Naruto, wait just 1 second. I got a lot of questions here. Doctor's orders. Mina roared savagely, about to attack them but. Double rainbow fist. The princess blasted the crazed warrior away into the wall with the said spell. Marco, go get the monster kids. Naruto barked out at the brunette, "I'll back Star up." Got it. Marco ran to free the monsters and the mixed teenager turned to see Mina get up, shattered through the barrier spell that Star had casted. "Ah, you let them go." Mina bellowed as soon as she saw the monster flee for their lives, "You traitor." Rasengan. The mixed teenager, equipped with his magic headband, surprised the crazed warrior with a Rasengan and it sent her flying through several pillars. Mina shot up in air then hurling blue fireballs at the blonde couple and the teenagers quickly take cover behind the pillars. The crazed warrior was about to unleash another attack but Marco threw some books at her, distracting her. Spider with a top hat blast. Star summoned the spider with top hat and the creature fired machine gun at Mina with battle cry but the bullets don't affect her at all. The perplet smacked the spider away to Star's side and she was about to make a move but the ground rumble under her. Rock fist. Naruto slammed his hands on the ground and a giant earth fist smashed Mina up to the ceiling then he followed it up with another spell, 4-pillar prison. Thick massive woods burst out from earth then it formed around Mina in a thick prison. At first they thought it was over until Mina suddenly break free with a shockwave that knocked them off their feet. "Where is she?" Mina roared as she looked around. "Where is Meteora?" "No." She punched her way out through the ceiling. "Damn it." The mixed teenager got up with a frown. "Nothing can stop her, until." "Okay, alright." Ponyhead laughed. "Here's a good one." "Okay. Knock, knock." "Who's there?" everyone asked before Mina broke through the floor, hovering over the frightened partygoers. "Where is Meteora?" Mina snarled. "Where's the monster?" Raspberry ribbon lasso. A glowing rope shot toward the crazed warrior but she narrowly dodged it by moving up in air. "You're ruining everything I'm trying to accomplish," Star shouted. "Well, you just helped the most dangerous monster in the history of Muni escape." Mina snarled. "Now I have to hunt all monsters down before she gather them all together. Not only monsters, I will put every filthy half-breed and monster lovers down, starting with everyone here first." "Wait, what?" the Muni princess gasped. "You heard me." The crazed warrior snarled with tensing muscles. "I'm going to kill every single one down to the last one for the G." Rasenshuriken. A shout came from behind her and she turned around to see Naruto leaping down toward her with an enlarged spiraling sphere with 4 giant spinning blades. Mina mentally scoffed at that. Can't they learn that nothing can harm her in her augmented form? She'll humor this foolish monster lover before she end his life with her bare hands. Naruto's Rasenshuriken make a contact with her chest and it feel like a powerful roaring hurricane going off to everyone. "Gah!" Mina roared out in pain and pure disbelief. It feels like her body is tearing apart cell by cell. "It's not possible, it's not possible, it's not possible." She screamed as they pummeled toward the floor and form a deep crater, couple pillars collapse on them. Mina can feel herself fading away as the rubbles kept falling upon her. No. 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 I have to eradicate the flithy monsters for Saul. The last thing she saw was enlarged rubble falling down to her face, following by red then nothing but darkness. "Oh fuck, that smarts." Naruto hissed in pain, holding his bleeding arm as he pushed himself way out of the rubble pile. "Never again." "Naruto." The said teenager turned to see Star ran toward him with worried expression before she hugged him as he made sure not to get his blood on her. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine, mostly," he replied. "What was this spell?" Marco appeared at their side. "That was Rasenshuriken, a stronger version of Rasengan." The mixed teenager replied, "I combine it with wind and few wind-based spells." He winced again with a hiss, "But what I don't expect is that it release countless microscopic wind blades that can cut through cells in the backlash." They glanced at his bleeding arm. It's affecting my regeneration." He winced again. "It's not working." "That's bloody bad." "Oh, maybe I can heal it." Star held her wand out to his arm. "I have been practicing on this spell for a while." "This broken bone spell one?" the Latino teenager asked. "Yup, this one." She blasted Naruto's arm with magical beam. "How is it now?" Naruto rolled his bloody sleeve up to examine his unscathed arm. "All better." He winced again when he bent it up before he swiftly bring it down. "Mostly. I think I have some fractured bones and severed ligaments but the regeneration is kicking in now. Should be fine in a week as long as I keep it in cast." How do you know you have what you said? Marco questioned. I'm half septarian and I'm reckless. The mixed teenager replied simply and the Latino teenager accepted it. Wait, what about Mina? The brunette quickly turned to the pile with the teenagers. Is she going to get up and try to kill us again? Pony head float over to the rubble then push a large rubble away before she look inside. Oh, she dead. Pony head looked up to the teenagers before she take another look inside the pile then back to the group. Yup, she so dead. Are you sure? Star asked. Let me check to be sure. The floating head look inside again, caved in face and lot of blood, A blood puddle slowly leak outwardly, dead for sure. Sorry that I killed your idol. Naruto muttered to Star nervously, I don't know how powerful this spell was when I. No, it's okay. The Muni princess turned to him, she's unhinged and dangerous racist. She was going to kill innocent monsters and anyone who helped them. If you feel guilty about her death, don't. You did the right thing. You just save everyone here and have saved countless lives. She gave him a kiss on lip, you're a hero. If you say so. The mixed teenager said before the doors kicked open and the blasts fly everywhere. What's happening? The chubby teenager screamed as the partygoers ran around like headless chickens. Everybody, freeze. Romulus appeared with butterfly guards. Uh-oh. Star uttered as the crystal-headed creature turned to her with a blink, so, you guys came here to party. You are in a world of trouble, young lady. Romulus had his arms on hips with stern look as a knight taped the temple's entrance off. Look, it was just a party, okay. Star said with blanket on her shoulders, we weren't doing anything wrong. Oh, really? The crystal-headed creature narrowed his eyes, then what was that huge surge of magic we detected in the dungeon earlier? And that, he pointed at a large body bag carrying away. We did it in self-defense. The princess said, Mina was trying to kill monsters and everyone else, starting with me first. She laughed nervously, and the magic in dungeon, oh, yeah. That. Do you have any idea what this place is? Romulus asked. What do you think they are talking about over there? Marco asked Naruto as they stand a distance away from the princess and a knight was bandaging the mixed teenager's arm up in cast. I bet it's about magic, party and a dead body. Naruto said. Must be. The brunette nodded. I think Mum and Pop will ground me when I get back. The blonde flexed his casted arm around. Wait, Mum and Pop. Marco turned his head to him with raised eyebrow, are you talking about my parents? Oh, yeah, I have been calling them that lately and believe me, they're pretty thrilled about it. Naruto chuckled lightly. That makes sense, considering you're my adopted brother. The brunette nodded understandingly, wait, who's the older one? Me or Naruto? They looked over to see Star talking to the monsters before they walk off while she look on sadly and she walk over to the teenagers. What's the matter? The mixed teenager asked her. Nothing, it's just, Star sighed, so unfair. The way knights treated the monsters like they're criminals and the noble kids like victims, it's not right. Everyone here were victims and yet. We know. Naruto wrapped his good arm around Star in a sideway hug and she leaned her head on his shoulder. Naruto carefully sneaked back into his room via the portal and he glanced around to make sure the coast is clear. He was about to get in his bed until the door swing open and he quickly hide his cast behind his back as Angie and Raphael enter with beaming smile. Naruto, we have a wonderful news to share. Raphael spread his arms out. What is it? Naruto asked. You're going to be a big brother. Angie spread her arms out, we're pregnant. No way, that's brilliant. The blonde can't help but to smile at the good news as he wrapped his arms around them in a group hug, I'm happy for you too. We'll appreciate it if you don't tell Marco the news because we want to tell it to him in person. The bulky man grinned and the blonde gave him a nod. Thank you, the brunette woman noticed something with a pause, but, Naruto, what happened to your arm? They looked at the blonde's cast. Naruto chuckled nervously as his adopted parents gave him a flat look. It's a long story, he told them about what went down at the party, but it's going to be okay. My arm will be back to 100% in a week. As I'm glad that you and everyone are fine, you're grounded for 1 week for using dangerous spell. Angie sighed with hand on her forehead and the teenager pouted. Some time went by and Naruto felt so bored out of his mind lately, not even pranks can snap him out of boredom. Please give me something, anything that is not bored. Naruto muttered up to the ceiling and he get his answer when a portal appear in his bedroom before Star hop out. Star, how are you? He grinned at her, did you get my birthday present? I know you don't open it until after Stump Day. Yes, I love it and you gotta come with me. Star suddenly dragged him into the portal then down the hallway of the butterfly castle, I need your help. Wait, with what? Naruto blinked at her puzzlingly. The trial. She replied, listen, we have a plan. All rise. Omnitraxis Prime announced as the gavel hit the podium. Romulus and Hekapu were sitting behind the judges' podiums and Eclipsa Butterfly was standing in front of them behind the defendant podium with handcuff. The court of the Magical High Commission is now in session. Her Majesty, Queen Moon of Muni, presiding. Thank you. Moon appeared in the middle of the judges' podium. We are gathered here today for the trial of Eclipsa. I'm sorry. Sean slammed through the door with typewriter as the door slammed close again. I'm sorry I'm late. He panted heavily, we haven't had a trial in so long, I didn't know where to find the typey thingy. Usually Romulus just crystallizes everybody. He laughed to some people's annoyance, with his laser eye. But a real trial. This is exciting. That depends on where you're sitting. Eclipsa said cheeky. As I was saying, we're gathered here today for the trial of Eclipsa, Moon said as Sean typed loudly over her and she growled at him sternly, causing him to type softly. We shall determine once and for all whether Eclipsa has committed the evil deeds recorded in our histories. If she is found guilty, the punishment will be death. Romulus waved his arms around, death. Romulus, we talked about this. The queen shot him a glare with pointing finger. Well, we crystallized her last time. The crystal-headed creature gestured at the former queen, look how that turned out. Death. Hey. Moon barked at him, sit down. Yes, ma'am. Romulus sat down with crossed arms. Well, that's all in order. Hekapu turned to stare at Star and Naruto, but what are they doing here? This is supposed to be a private hearing. Star was the one who convinced me to hold this trial in the first place. The queen explained, if Eclipsa is found guilty, I want her to be here to see it. She also convinced me to allow that boy to be present as witness and jury. Or if she's innocent, which she is. Star said smugly, I wanna see all y'all's faces when you realize how wrong you were. If you think you can just waltz in here and run your mouth off. Hekapu yelled. I can waltz wherever I want. I can run my mouth when I want. The princess yelled back. Death, death, Romulus chanted. No. Moon tried to keep everything in order, I will hold you in contempt of court. Sit down. Excuse me. Sean interrupted everyone with a shout. Hey, sorry, but could you talk a bit slower, please? No. The queen hissed angrily. Queen Moon, what evidence have you brought us? Omnitraxis asked. I'm afraid this is the evidence. Moon gestured to a large stack of papers, binders, stone tables and scrolls. It's less impressive than it looks. These are all second-hand accounts, oral histories, folk stories, none of them verified. There's no way around it. Hekapu groaned, come on, everybody grab a stack. You guys aren't gonna seriously sit here and read all of that. The princess asked. What if it's all falsified? Naruto pointed out, you said it's second-handed so it's possible that the words get twisted around and not to mention the prejudice against Eclipsa and monsters. Yes, I don't mean to fuss, but exactly how long is this trial meant to last? Eclipsa asked. As long as it takes. Moon sighed, now to begin, we must organize each and every one of these documents by date and author. Sounds like math. Romulus faceplanted the stack with a groan. Once we've constructed a rough timeline, we can, the queen said. That won't be necessary. The former queen lifted her index finger up, I request a trial by box. Awesome. The crystal-headed creature tossed papers up in air. Well, it looks like I won't be needing these anymore. The scissor forger pushed the papers away. Sean, cancel my lunch order. We're gonna be done here pretty quick. Lunch. Sean looked up from the typesetter. Eclipsa, are you sure about this? Moon asked, the box is a ruthless seeker of truth. If you attempt to conceal anything from it, crystallization may be the least of your worries. I'm tired of sitting around waiting for you to decide my fate. Eclipsa replied, I'll give you the truth. All of it, and if that means crystallization, so be it. Sean, we wish to invoke trial by box. The queen turned to the said person. Yes, your majesty. The reindeer-like creature gave her a salute, then he ran out of the courtroom before he returned with an fancy cart that is covered with curtains. The box of truth has arrived. He pulled the cord to reveal. Wait, is that truth or punishment? Star pointed at the said item. Ah, bullocks. Naruto deadpanned, here we go again. What? The queen gestured to the box with furrowed brows. No, 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 no. This is the box of truth. That, my friend, is truth or punishment. The princess said with shrugging hands, we played it at my sleepover. You played it? Moon shrieked with a jerk, the box is not a game. Who do you have a crush on? The box asked. Q Queen Moon. Romulus stammered out before he covered his blushing face with hands as everyone stared at him. Oh. Not a game, you say? Naruto deadpanned. It must be on the wrong setting. The queen sighed with hand on her forehead before she take the box, turning it over to reveal a dial and display. She turned the dial around. We need to talk. The box said with different voices as it switched through modes. All right, ladies. Prepare for judgment. The rules are simple. Moon sighed after she set it to the trial mode. Each member of the Magical High Commission shall ask one question, and the accused must answer. She pushed the button. To all who seek the path of knowledge, listen well to this decree. The box announced, surrender to the eye of justice. Swear an oath of truth to me. Ooh. Star bounced up and down, different poem. We're going to let it play out. Naruto whispered lowly to her as they watched the judges and Eclipsa make oath to the box by sticking their pinky or body part inside its mouth. Yes, the princess whispered back. And now, it's time for trial by box. The face side of box open and giant eyeball then shined the spotlight on the former queen. Eclipsa, did you write the evil chapter in the book of spells? Omnitraxis asked. Exhibit A. The eyeball of box create an hologram of spell book. Yes, I did. Eclipsa replied, but for the record, I never called it the evil chapter. That was your people's name for it. She flipped the pages to her chapter. I wrote plenty of eviler spells that never even made it into the final draft. Writing is rewriting, you know. Truth. The box lit green and Hekapu made an checkmark under, evil, column on the checklist. Whatever. Star scoffed at the forger's action with crossed arms. Have you guys even read her chapter? Hekapu, the second question goes to you. Moon announced. Box, pull up the royal archives for me, would ya? Hekapu said. Exhibit B. The box create a hologram of Eclipsa and a overweight snob man as the former queen looked disgust at the sight of the man. Did you abandon your husband, King Shastakan, and your kingdom to elope with a monster? The forger asked as the hologram woman ran away from the king to a hologram of giant red monster with 4 eyes. Oh, hello, sweetie. Eclipsa giggled with a blush. Yes, I did run off with a monster. But could you really blame me? She caressed the monster's cheek with her index finger. How could I resist a smile like that? Truth again. The box announced. Ah. Star cooed, huh. Hekapu checked the evil again and Naruto frowned at her. Come on, Eclipsa. The princess whispered worriedly while shot the forger a dirty glare. Romulus, the third, Moon said until she got cut off. Did you eat those babies? Romulus swiftly stood up with shaking fist. Eclipsa tilted her head with a blink. What? Ah. The forger facepalmed. Bobipsa was the baby eater, not Eclipsa. Oh, right. The crystal-headed creature muttered sheepishly. I wanna take my question back. There are no take-backs in trial by box. The box declared before it create a cartoonish hologram of the former queen holding 2 crying babies. Well, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm afraid I have not eaten even a single baby. Eclipsa chuckled lightly with a hand on her cheek. Now, I did hurt the occasional teenager, but only psychologically, and they always deserved it. We're on a roll here, people. The box lit green again and Hekapu checked under the evil once again. What is wrong with Star glared at the uncaring forger. Didn't you hear her? She didn't eat those babies. Star, sit down. Moon scolded, we must respect the rules of the box. Fine. Star stomped back to her seat. We're respecting the box, not the bigoted judges who rigged the trial. Naruto crossed his arms with a glare. Bigoted. Hekapu glared back offended. Eclipsa, Moon stood up as she ceased possible arguments to stop. Are you sorry for what you've done? No, I'm not, the former queen replied after a short pause. What? Hekapu stood up with slamming hands before she wrote a big red, evil, on scroll, the nerve. Outrageous. That settles it. Romulus, if you would. Right. Romulus charged his magic up. One moment. Eclipsa spoke calmly, I haven't asked my question. Wait, what? The crystal-headed creature blinked rapidly and Hekapu laughed as if it was a great joke. What's your question? Omnitraxis asked. What? The forger halted her laughter to sharply whip her head to the space-time entity. She can't ask us a question. I think she can. Star cut in with a stammer. She and Naruto were taken back by surprise at Omnitraxis' action. Right, Mom. My mom said. She said in the rules. She get a right. Naruto backed his girlfriend up. Technically, since Eclipsa was once a queen of Muni, she is still a member of the Magical High Commission. Moon said, and every member gets to ask one question. What did you do with my daughter? The former queen cleared her throat and the box sharply turns the spotlight on the Magic High Commission. I have no idea what she's talking about. Hekapu glanced sideways. We didn't do anything with your daughter. Romulus crossed his arms with a huff, and honestly, I'm kind of offended. What about your daughter? Omnitraxis replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Too bad for you. The box turned red with a monstrous voice, someone lied. The room suddenly transformed into a giant metal box. What's happening? The crystal-headed creature cried in alert, we told the truth. Are you sure about that? The box retorted as the giant box shrank slightly. Come on, guys, spit it out. Star gulped. We didn't do anything wrong. Hekapu shouted and the giant box shrank again. Whoa. Naruto grunted out as the wall hit him with a hard bump, hard enough to cause his necklace to jump out under his collar. The box seems to differ. Moon shouted. We aren't the ones on trial. Omnitraxis shouted. If you'd rather get to the truth more quickly, I can work with that. The box hovered around them as the giant box slowly closed in and everyone gasped. That's not good. Romulus whined. Guys. The princess cried out with her back on the wall, her feet skidding forward. Fuss up, someone. The mixed teenager tried to push the wall back and Eclipsa just glare at Magic High Commission as the magical creatures tried to stop the shrinking box with few methods. Moon, please shut it off. The space-time entity pleaded. I can't do that. We all took the oath. Moon shouted back. Oh, no. Romulus sweated as his crystal pillars break down. Okay, I'm done. I want out. We're gonna be crushed. Hekapu screamed as everything became very cramped. You know, this is so unfair. Star strained to hold the ceiling up. You enforce the laws of magic on everyone around you, and yet for some reason, you can lie to us. How does that make you any different than the villain you say Eclipsa is? We got rid of your daughter, sorry. Romulus screamed out and the room stopped shrinking. Truth. The box lit green and the courtroom turned back to normal. What the heck, Romulus? Hekapu shouted at him angrily. You did what? Omnitraxis looked at them in shock. I'm sorry, I'm tired of keeping it a secret. The crystal-headed creature crossed his arms, tell him Hekapu. Fine. The scissor forger crossed her arms with a huff, Eclipsa, your ex-husband, King Shastakan. I did not marry King Shastakan. Eclipsa corrected her. Wait, you don't. Star blinked. No, I eloped with my lover before that happened. The former queen said before she turned back to the forger, please continue. King Shastakan, Hekapu started to explain as the box produced a hologram show, he wanted nothing to do with your half-monster daughter. So we swapped her out with a peasant girl. Eclipsa looked horrified as the hologram king tossed the monster baby away then take a human baby, we gave her the royal magic wand, and she became the next queen of Muni. The box make its verdict, Eclipsa has been found innocent of crimes against humanity. There was a couple gasps and a cheer from blondes. However, the magical High Commission, but Omnitraxis, has also been found guilty of committing high treason, tampering with Muni's history and omitting the truth from the butterfly family for generations. This concludes the trial. The box dropped down into Moon's hands. So it was just as we suspected. Moon spoke softly. What? Hekapu's eyes widened. Ah, Moon. We knew there was something missing from our family's history. The queen got out of her chair as she walked over to the former queen's podium before she displayed the royal archive of family tree. Eclipsa's daughter should be recorded here in the royal archives, but she's gone. Wait a minute. Romulus gasped as Sean held his horns with a mix of whimper panic. This whole trial was a setup. You were planning this all along. The scissor forger gasped. Actually, Star turned to them, we all planned this. We thought you might be hiding something. Moon said, and it turns out we were right. You lied to our family for generations. Star glared and Sean banged the typewriter keys with dropped jaw. We had to. Hekapu defended, can you imagine if the power of magic fell into the hands of a monster? How come I don't know that? Omnitraxis demanded angrily. You were not present at this time. Romulus said, but if you were, you will be all for it. We did the right th. No, I won't. The space-time entity growled, how would you do that to a newborn? Not only that, you have betrayed the kingdom itself. All on Shastakin's order, the man who have no right to make a decree on butterfly family and the kingdom itself, a false king. Why do you care about a monster baby? Hekapu said, it's evil, like all monsters. No. Omnitraxis snarled, the baby is innocent like the monsters that I hid from you during the bloody genocide that you call war. His fellow Magic High Commission members looked surprised and shocked. That's right. I protected the innocents from the true monsters, you two and the Mumin who were involved in that. Yes, I'm calling you two monsters because that's what you are, a monster. Huh, guess not all Commission are bad guy. Naruto commented, he honestly thought this skull guy was involved in cover-up like everyone else and wonder why the box leave him out of the verdict. Eclipsa glanced at him before something catch her eyes almost right away. You let us live a lie. Star glared at the magical creatures, we shouldn't even have the throne. Eclipsa isn't even, wait. She turned to the former queen as she realized something, you aren't actually my great something grandma. No, sweetie, I'm not. The former queen replied softly. Then, the princess uttered slowly as she took her wand out. That means, we're no more royal than anybody else. She unlocked the former queen's handcuff with magic and her mother was about to say something but. Excuse me, where do you get this necklace? Eclipsa suddenly asked Naruto, gesturing to the said jewelry. It's a family heirloom. Naruto fingered his necklace with a puzzling blink, passed down through generations from mother to daughter. I inherited it from my mum after she passed away when I was wee lad because I'm the only child. May I please see it? The former queen held her hand out. Sure. The mixed teenager handed his necklace over to her and she slowly trails the piece with her index finger. Do you know it hold a magic spell? Eclipsa said softly, tapping the gem. Wait, what? Naruto blinked along with everyone else before the necklace glowed, then a large hologram shot up into the air. Eclipsa cast a spell on a necklace before she gently put it around her giggling baby's neck and she gave her daughter a sweet smile. Meteora, appearing to be young adult, step out from the portal in what appeared to be London around 18th century and it appeared that she was going into a hiding from something as she wandered into the street before she tripped down onto a puddle. A hand hold out to her and she look up to see a young man with dirty brown hair before she take it with a blush and timid smile as he help her up, staring at each other without let their hands go. Meteora fight her tears back as she placed the necklace around her babbling baby girl's neck in a crib and put a folded letter on table before she walk out to 3 Street. Olga guards, quietly choke on her sobs. The necklace change hands throughout the time until it come into a red-haired woman, then it was given to a young little blonde boy, who was crying with few sniffles in front of a casket with Toffee next to him. The hologram vanishes back into the necklace and almost everyone blink few times. Wait, what does that mean? Naruto blinked slowly. It means, Eclipsa looked at him, you're my true descendant. The mixed teenager droned with widened eyes before he turned to look at his girlfriend, who appear to be in shock over the revelations, and he grab her hand. Let's get out of here. Yes. Star finally snapped out of it before they race out of the courtroom, ignoring Moon's, calls for her daughter. I don't know. Star moaned into her hands, I feel so weird. I can't talk to my daddy about it. I know. Naruto wrapped his arm around her shoulder as they sit on the edge of her bed. I feel the same way as you do, that the entire butterfly lineage have been replaced by new lineage in secret, me relating to Eclipsa. That you're the true butterfly. She looked at her wand, the rightful heir to this kingdom, not me, she hold it out to him, that should be yours. Number. He gently pushed it back to her, it's yours as always, and beside, I don't want to be a royal, too much hassle for me. I'll stick to peasant life and leave all important decisions to Her Majesty and her government as usual. Oh, Star stared down at her wand then up to her boyfriend, okay, she leaned against his chest as he caressed her back gently. About 10 or more minutes went by in silence until she spoke up, do you want to run away with me? What? Naruto tilted his head at her with a blink. Naruto, let's elope. She turned to face him on her knees as her hands slip into his hands, if you think about it, it'll make sense. We both don't want to be rulers for different reasons and let's face it, my mom will do everything in her power to prevent us from marrying and some people will help her. Are you sure about that? He squeezed her hands as they looked into each other's eyes, do you know what that means? We are running away from the entire kingdom itself and you won't see your parents again. I know and yes, I want it. Star said determinedly, when I was on Earth, I feel so normal and everyone there see me the way I am, not a princess but myself, here. No one, but daddy and our friends, care about me and my mom. I can't even look into her eyes anymore. She want to control me and destroy my happiness if it's for the good of Butterfly Kingdom. She never care about me at all and like I said, she will do everything to break us up and marry me off to either Tom or any douche princes. She wrapped her arms around him as she buried her face in his chest, can we please elope? Go live a civilian life, just us two. Okay, if that's what you want. Naruto hugged her after couple minutes, it's good thing I learned a runic seal that prevent anyone from locating us via dimensional scissor several months ago. Star actually forget about the important feature of scissor, but I want you to do one thing, just one thing for me. Name it. She perked up with hopeful glint. I want you to talk to your dad and say your byes. He said, same for anyone else you care about. Deal. Star kissed him before she hop off the bed, I'm gonna find daddy. You stay here and pack my clothes and stuff. She rushed out, I'll be right back. Which stuff? Naruto looked around at his girlfriend's giant bedroom before he pull a scroll out, guess I'll turn this scroll into a storage and put everything in it. He start to work on his runic scripting and a knock grabbed his attention to see Eclipsa poking her head in from behind the door. Hello, is anyone? Eclipsa saw him, oh. May I come in? Sure. He replied, close the door, please. Thank you. The former queen quietly stepped in as she closed the door behind her and she stared at him with her hands clasped in front of her. So, you're my great something grandson. And you're my many great granny. Naruto nodded awkwardly, it's so weird to meet his ancestor who looks old enough to be his mother. Yes, Eclipsa tapped her thumbs together. I am, Naruto, can we get know each other? And talk some more. I want to know everything about you. Yeah, we can. He replied as he started to seal things inside, starting with drawers. What do you want to know? What are you doing? She raised her eyebrow at him curiously. I'm putting all Star's stuff in storage. Naruto answered as he sealed few objects, can you keep a secret? Just for a day. She gave him a nod, we decide to take a page out of your book. We're going to elope and before you ask, we both don't want the throne, just each other. If I stay. Say no more. Eclipsa lifted her hand up, I understand. It's not easy as a half-monster in this place and I support your decision. She giggled to his puzzlement, my apologies, it's just, I think it's funny that you take after me in a way, eloping and abandon the crown. The last part Star. He chuckled lightly. Yes, I like her. She nodded sagely, if it count for something, you have my blessing. Thank. Naruto smiled. When will you two leave? Eclipsa asked. As soon as Star came back. He reached inside his pocket, and if you're interested in talking more, he took an magical mirror compact out then give it to her. Here, I don't think you have one of these magical mirror phone. You can contact me anytime, my number's inside. Oh, thank you. She pocketed it then looked at her many-time great-grandson. Can you tell me a bit about your mother? What was she like? Her name was Kushina and let me tell you something, she's quite scary when she's pissed off. Naruto chuckled fondly as he started to tell her about his mother and she listened attentively to him. Star found her father in a corridor before she run over to him. Daddy. She surprised him with a hug. Oh, hello, my Star. River hugged her back with laughter. How are you, my dear? I'm going to be okay, Daddy. Star said as she held him at arm length with hands on his shoulders, because I made a big decision ever and I'm very happy with that. Oh, good for you. The king smiled. Yeah, she hugged him again as she whispered into his ear, I want you to know that I'm happy with my choices, always and that I love you so much, Daddy. She gave him a kiss on cheek before she jogged away with big wave, bye, Daddy. Love you. Bye, Star, I love you. River waved back with a confusing blink and he never gets a chance to ponder on it when one of his servants call him for clothes fitting for one of royalty meeting. That is quite devious of you. Eclipsa covered her giggling mouth with right hand, lure a crowd into a theater then bath them in honey and fish guts before release a swarm of flies on them. Oh, I don't know how you managed to get away without caught. Experience. Naruto chuckled until Star entered the room with something and she looked around at the empty room with few blinks. Wow, you pack everything, didn't you? Star spoke up until she noticed Eclipsa. Hey. Hello, Star. The former queen got up before she give her many-time great-grandson a hug. That'd be my clue to leave. Call me often as much as you can. I will, Eclipsa, and I hope you'll find your daughter. He hugged her back and the greenette break apart then walk over to nervous princess. Come here. Eclipsa gently pulled the blonde girl into a hug as she whisper into her ear, it's okay, you have nothing to be guilty about, if it make you feel better, I forgive you and you're part of the family now. Please keep each other happy and good luck. Thank you. Star muttered as she hesitantly returned the hug and they break apart. Bye, you too. The smiling woman bid them goodbye wave, I'll keep Moon distracting to give you some time. Thank you and bye. Naruto waved back with his girlfriend as the former queen leave the room before they turned to each other, so, you ready to go? No second thoughts. I'm ready to go. The magical girl nodded firmly. Alright, let's eloping. He opened the portal up before he turned back to her with a raised eyebrow. By the way, what's with the warnicorns? It turned out Star have 4 adult warnicorns and 6 warnicorn ponies. I'm bringing them with us. Star pet her warnicorns with a grin, you know how much I want to own and raise warnicorns and the last time I checked, Earth don't have warnicorns. Ah, good thing Diaz's backyard is big enough for them and we can move them to my home in England. Naruto chuckled as he helped her leading the warnicorns through the portal, it's isolated and big enough to be a farm. Oh, yay. She grinned widely as they appeared in backyard of Diaz's household, we can keep them here for a while then relocate them there. Do you want to tell Mom and Pop the good news or? Naruto gestured to the house as they head inside after put warnicorns away. Let's tell them I decide to stay here and go back to school first before break the news. Star hummed and he give her a nod before they find his adopted parents. It was pretty easy for the parents to accept it and welcome her back without any questions. Oh my gosh. Star had a tight grip on her boyfriend's arm as Naruto winced few times, I still can't believe they're going to have a baby. Why yeah. Naruto chuckled with another wince, Star, can I please have my arm back? It's losing some feeling. Oh, sorry. She released him with a sheepish giggle, got too exciting there. You know how much I love babies. I know. He stretched his numb arm with few shakes, the Diaz was having a baby shower with friends and neighbors and the blonde couple already got them a present. It have been few months since Star moved back to Earth and his adopted parents still don't know the real story yet. Ah. The happy woman ran out with diaper on her head with diaper flag, I caught the bouquet. I caught the bouquet. I caught the bouquet. Yanks sure come up with weird things. Naruto chuckled at the sight. Marco. Angie called out happy outside and the couple exchanged glance before they went outside with Raphael to see the said teenager with Jana. Hey, Mom. Marco greeted his mother, so, who's having the baby? Can't you tell? The brunette turned slightly to reveal her large stomach. Ooh, Jana whistled. Mom. The Latino teenager dropped his jaw with widened eyes. You're gonna be a mom. When did this happen? Oh, while you were out on Muni. Raphael beamed, and you're going to be a big brother. He took an picture of ultrasound sonogram out. Say hello to your hermanito, Marco Jr. Wait, what? Marco stuttered, you're naming him Marco Jr. After you. Angie replied happily. That's not how it works. The Latino teenager threw his hands up. You don't name your son after your son. But he's got a little mole just like you, Marco Sr. The mother pointed to a baby's mole on ultrasound sonogram. A brother. Marco's eyes lit up before he put hand on his head in confusion. How have I not heard about this until now? He looked at Naruto. Naruto. They asked me to keep it secret because they want to tell you in person. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as Star and Jana exchanged greeting. It's okay. The mother said to Marco, you've been busy. Point is, you're here today. Now, give your mom a hug. Oh, yeah, okay. The Latino teenager gave her a light side hug. I spent 37 hours squeezing you out of my body, and this is what I get. Angie glared at him with a grim tone. Oh, I just didn't want to, Marco uttered. Give your mother a hug. She growled threateningly. Oh, okay. The Latino teenager stuttered nervously before he gave his mother a tight hug. Now come on. Raphael waved them in with a wide grin, we have a baby to shower. Whoa. Jana had her hand on Angie's belly with a smirk, I felt him kick. We might have to find a spot for this little guy on soccer team. It's football, not soccer. Naruto corrected her with a playful annoyed look and she just stick her tongue out to him. Maybe. Raphael laughed. Oh. Marco quickly pushed Jana away, he's kicking. He pushed his head against his mother's belly, he's kicking. Why, yes, Marco, you may touch my stomach. Angie deadpanned. I don't feel anything, the Latino teenager said with furrowed brows. He must have stopped, she replied. You think that's because he doesn't like me? Marco asked worriedly. I think his brain is the size of a grape. Angie rolled her eyes at her son's overdramatic reaction, which reminds me, I'm gonna eat a bag of grapes before we open presents. She lightly jogged with pants. Presents. The Latino teenager blinked. Yeah, it was in that invitation. Star said before she tilted her head at him questioningly, did you read it? Oh, my gosh. Marco's hands flew up to his head, I didn't get a gift for Marco Jr. I'm a terrible big brother. Calm down, Marco Sr. Jana patted his back, I know. Why don't we pop on over to Quest Buy and buy something for your baby brother? Quest Buy. The Latino teenager groaned, I don't know. He gestured to the blonde couple, maybe they don't get anything for the baby so it's okay. Actually, Naruto jabbed his thumb to a mountain of wrapped gifts, it's all from Star and I set a college fund up for Marco Jr. You can't deny me from spoiling the babies. Star thrust her fist up in air with a beaming grin, I will bury them all with my love in form of gifts. How much did you put into this fund? Marco can't help but to ask. 5 million. The mixed teenager shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly as if he just give $100 away, causing his adopted brother to drop his jaw. We're going to Quest Buy. The stunned Latino teenager slowly walked out with Jana in tow. Marco, where are you going? Angie asked after she talked to her neighbor. I'm gonna, run out and grab some ice for the party. Marco lied. But we have plenty of ice. Raphael walked up to his wife's side with a cup. Yeah, but I'm gonna get fancy ice they harvest from a glacier. The Latino teenager replied. Ooh, the bulky man's eyes lit up, glacier ice. Well, don't be gone too long. The brunette woman said, we'll be opening presents soon. No problemo. Marco leaved with the mischievous girl. Get out of here, tap water ice. Raphael tossed the ice out of his cup, you are not needed anymore. Are you? Angie looked at her husband. Just gonna hold your drink until Marco gets back. For glacier ice. The bulky man narrowed his eyes. I will wait. How long do you think it'll take until they come back? Star whispered to Naruto. My guess. The mixed teenager whispered back, at the end of baby shower. He hummed as he glanced at the front door. I wonder how long has it been on Muni since we leave. Their friends never mention anything about Star's disappearance from the castle and he wonder if a day barely pass over there. Who know? She shrugged before Angie call everyone over for the presents opening. Bye. The woman waved to the Diaz family. Great party. And, congratulations. Angie waved back until she noticed Marco and Jana return with 2 wrapped objects. Marco, what took you so long? Angie held out her hand with another on hip. You missed the whole party. Yes, and where is the glacier ice? Raphael jiggled his cup with an exciting smile. What? Marco blinked. Oh. They were all sold out, of it. Oh. The father uttered dejectedly as he poured his warm drink out on ground. I see. I know I'm not always here, so I got Marco Jr. this gift to make up for it. The Latino teenager set the frame up. Ah, how sweet. Angie smiled as her son removed the cover to reveal the painting. Ah, how nice. You got us a. Her expression shifted from joy to shock. Painting. Ooh. Raphael grimaced. Yike. Naruto whistled. You paid money for that? The mother asked. What are you talking about? Marco turned to look at the painting before he cried out in shock at the ugliest portrait. Whoa ho ho. What the heck? This doesn't look like me at all. It's like he got the proportions all wrong and then tried to fix it by adding more detail and more detail and more detail. The father got a close look at the painting, but, Marco, it did not fix it. Well, it was a nice thought. Angie said to her brunette son, who looked very disappointed and ashamed. Hey, I finished cleaning the wrappings up and, Star stepped out of the house before she gave out a longest loud scream as she pointed at the ugly portrait. Ah. The screaming magical girl slowly lift her glowing wand up. Ah. Her boyfriend slowly push her wand down, then he turn her around, gently pushing her inside. It's okay, Star, the monster portrait won't hurt you anymore. Naruto said to his still screaming girlfriend. I got you guys a sweet pacifier with magic poison capsule so the baby can protect himself. Jana smirked at the adults. Sweet, huh? Oh, thank you. Angie blinked at what appeared to be a candy ring. That's nice. It was dinner time as Marco was still upset about his gift and everyone was listening to Raphael's story. And then just as I take off Marco's diaper, he pee-pees all over my shirt. He laughed together with everyone, beside the Latino teenager. I remember. The brunette woman giggled before she looked over to Marco. Come on, Marco, I thought you loved it when Dad told stories about when you were a baby. No, I'm fine, Marco muttered. Hey, Marco, I think you get something on your face. Jana noticed something off about him, but she wasn't sure. Huh, the Latino teenager wiped his face with large napkin. Did I get it? He bring it down to reveal elongated chin. Star looked stunned. Yeah, no, not exactly. Marco. Angie uttered and the said teenager blinked as his face slowly transformed into something familiar. Did you got hit by another curse again? Naruto asked him with widened eyes. You look a little like. It looks like the painting. The magical girl gasped in recognition along with everyone else but one as they turned to the said portrait. Oh. Marco laughed mockingly as he crossed his arms. Haha, guys. I get it. The portrait stinks. But, you know, I was just trying to do something that Marco Jr. could remember me by when I was. His mouth freeze in a crooked smile as he start to garbled. What's happening? What is happening? Oh, did you rush to magical portrait? Star asked. I think he did. Naruto said. He did. Jana confirmed. Ooh, that's the stupid thing to do. The magical girl shook her head with hand on forehead and Marco mumbled something in anger. Marco, don't use that kind of language at the table. Angie scolded and her son just mumbled sadly. Oh. Raphael gave his suggestion to the solution. Maybe if we destroy the painting, it will break the spell. No luck. Star frowned after they destroy the portrait with her magic blast and the Latino teenager's disfigured face stay unchanged. I think it's getting worse. The father worried. It's getting worse, Marco cried. Well, guess there's only one thing left to do. The magical girl put fists on her hip with narrowed eyes. Very nice. A pudgy male fairy in suit painted a female minotaur's portrait. Now if you could just turn your cheek a little to the cobalt. The fairy turned to see Jana with jabbed pointing finger. Look what your painting did to Marco's face. She shifted her pointing finger to Marco's disfigured appearance. It's getting worse. The painting is just a reflection of his answers in the essence test, and if there's any discrepancies, the painting will adjust you to match the portrait. Cobalt rubbed his index finger and thumb together, no extra charge. Okay, there's gotta be some way to fix this. Star said, we tried destroying the painting, but that didn't work. Yeah, do we have to pay you again to fix him? Naruto asked. True art can never be destroyed. The fairy chuckled, you'll need to take the essence test again, and you must answer the questions truthfully. He gave the Latino teenager a scantron, booklet and pencil. We'll talk about the cost after. I got it. Marco picked the pencil up after couple tries before his arms suddenly become clasped together. What the? He tried to release his clasped hands but it was in vain. Oh, no. Raphael grabbed his hair with a gasp. He can't take the exam like that. Come on, Angie said to her disfigured son, don't worry, we'll take the test for you. After all, who understands the mind of a teenage boy better than his own parents? The father grinned before their son become flat like cardboard, causing the parents to scream out. He's becoming the canvas. Cobalt ate popcorns, you'd better hurry. Say, have you ever done a portrait of Dorian Gray? Naruto asked the fairy as the parents read the first question. I did a lot of portraits but this name's a bit familiar. The fairy tossed popcorns inside his mouth with a shrug. No, we have to be really careful. Jana stopped the adults before they can answer the first question, the answers must be right and perfect. Are we going to help him out? Naruto approached Star as the brunette woman and mischievous girl wrestled around with the scantron until the mischievous girl snatched it. Nah, I think it's better to leave it to Jana. The magical girl shook her head, she know him more better than anyone here. Sure, but I know my own son. Angie said to Jana. Sorry, but the answer is D. Jana filled a circle in, dragon cycle. Marco. The mother turned to the said boy and he slowly nodded with sad noise. Oh, I was wrong about my own son. This is sad. Raphael placed his hands on his wife's shoulders. Jana, get this test done. Angie sighed. All right, let's do this thing. The mischievous girl filled the questions in as she read them out loud and some answers surprised the parents. And, Jana filled the last one of 200 questions, done. She quickly handed the sheet to the fairy and he squeezed the black liquid out of it, pouring it into the ashes of portrait that they bring in. In a bright light, Marco turned back to normal. You're beautiful again, she smirked. Thanks. Marco muttered before he turned to his parents, Mom. Dad. They share a group hug. I guess we have some catching up to do. Angie said. One of my beautiful sons is all grown up. Raphael sniffled. I should have visited more. The Latino teenager said, I don't want Marco Jr. growing up without knowing who I am. Visit anytime, sweetie. The mother said, I mean, those scissors work both ways, right? She made a scissor gesture, snip, snip. This is a beautiful family moment. Cobalt clasped his hands, and I just happened to be running a special on family portraits. Marco pushed everyone away, that'll be a no. He stay around with his family for a while until he went back to Muni with Jana and it never occurred to them that Star didn't come with them. Wow, where did the time go? Star said to her boyfriend as they walked toward the school together, holding hands. I can't believe the school year's almost over. I know. Naruto agreed, it was a little longer for him but short in her case since she went back to school 3 months before the end of its year. Time shift sure mess the body clock, even dimensional time zone is so confusing as always. He hummed, there's a lot of things that I'm glad about this year but the one I'm most happy about is, that Jana and Marco finally get together. I know. She exhaled out, they kept dancing around each other for months until they finally kiss in the photo booth during the wedding. She grumbled, we should have been there but it's, Ruberiets, Her boyfriend grunted in agreement, not to mention that Jana said Tom's going to be there. Oh, right, why did Ruberito and Fulduke invited him in first place when they don't know him at all? He asked out of curiosity. Jana told me that my mom invited him as my +1 many months ago when she got my wedding invitation without my knowledge. Star scowled at that. I'm so glad she's out of my life for good. Naruto said nothing about it as he squeezed their hands lightly and they barely walk on the school ground when her magic phone went off. Hold on, she checked the caller ID before she answered it. Hey, what's up? Oh, what happened? Okay, I'll be right there. She hanged up as she turned to her boyfriend. Hey, I'm going to ditch school today because something happened to Ponyhead and I'm gonna try cheer her up. Want me to come with you? Naruto asked. Nah. She swat her hand with a little headshake. It's girl thing so, yeah. She share a quick kiss with him. I'll be back later. Later. He replied, I'll take some notes for you. Star give him another kiss before she jump into a portal to visit her downtrodden friend and the mixed teenager head inside the school. Naruto was looking through some stuff before he hear a portal pop up behind him and he looked back to see Star arrive. Welcome back, Star, he said. How's Pony? She's okay now. Star flop on the bed with a tired groan. She was dramatic as usual. Long story short, her horn got broke off by Meteora and she have to get it replaced with new horn. She shook her head softly. I love my girl but she's quite handful sometime. She tilted her head up slightly to look at her boyfriend. What are you doing now? I'm sorting through things to see if we can bring them to England or leave them here. Naruto replied. Oh, right. She quickly flipped over to sit next to him with exciting grin. Our elopement. She glanced at the stuffs in front of them. What are we looking at? A bit of everything. He rubbed his neck with a chuckle. The truth is I know we'll take everything but I want to leave some here for Mum and Pop so they have something to remember us. I know we can visit them anytime, thanks to the scissors but you don't want to risk the chance of us running to my parents if they show up here to look for me. Star guessed and her boyfriend confirmed it with a nod. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. She picked some pictures up. How about we leave some pictures for them? Oh, and some clothes for vacations. The couple spends the rest of their day looking through everything they have. The school year have ended in a single blink and Naruto and Star were bouncing ideas off each other as they trying to figure out how to break the news to his adopted parent. How about we set off a magic firework that say, we're eloping to England to escape my control freak mom. Star said, or we can take them out to a fancy restaurant then blast them with, we're eloping to England firework. I like the restaurant idea but I think we'll shelf the firework part. Naruto hummed and Star casually erase, firework, off a large whiteboard on stand. Oh, how about we take a page from Diaz's party and have, Staruto elopement party, banner. Ooh, I like the banner. She circled the banner few times. What else? A gift to ease them into, he said before his magic mirror rang and he checked it to see it's from his many-time great-grandma. Let me get it. It's from Eclipsa. His girlfriend give him a go-ahead wave as she read some ideas off the whiteboard before he answered it. Hello, how's the weather? Naruto, you and Star have to get to Butterfly Castle right now. Eclipsa shouted hurriedly. I managed to find my daughter but she's too angry to listen in. Slow down, slow down. Naruto tried to calm her down as Star turned to him with a concerning look. Start from the beginning. Suddenly a portal formed in the room before Jana stumbled out with heavy pants. Oh, there you guys are. Jana panted with hands on her knees and they noticed that her clothes have been tattered and dirty. Jana. Star quickly helped her up. What happened to you? It's a long story but I'll make it quick. The mischievous girl exhaled out as Naruto takes some tools and supplies out of his desk. Meteora have soul ray eye things that suck souls out. She want to destroy Butterfly Castle and we tried to stop her but she's too strong. Almost everyone are soulless, even Marco. She suddenly grabbed their arms before she dragged them through the portal and the blonde couple saw the damaged castle with some fires. They also noticed there was many floating people tied down like balloons with empty black eyes. Oh my. Star gasped with widened eyes. My parents can't stop her. Your mom got her soul sucked out by surprise and the last time I saw your dad was when he rode the eagles to battle. Jana said. Then it looked like it's up to us to stop her. Naruto frowned as he took the magical headband out to tie on his forehead. Yeah. Star transformed into her golden butterfly form and she grabbed both Naruto and Jana with her extra arms before she fly them to the castle. Star gives out and gasps as soon as they enter the castle. The guards and the servants were floating around with empty eyes and Naruto would make a crack about it, but it's not one of those times. They went down the corridor until the magical girl stopped to look inside the tapestry room to discover that all but Eclipses have been torn. Globgur. A shriek startled the teenagers before they turned to see Glossaric. Glossaric. The magical girl groaned, "You almost gave us a heart attack. Now where is Meteora?" Globgur. The blue elder ran off and the teenagers trade glances before they follow the elder. They reach a painting and Glossaric opened it to reveal a secret passageways. Is she in there?" Naruto asked. "No, she can't fit in there because she's a giant now," Jana replied, annoyed at the feral elder. Star raised her eyebrow at her before they hear a scream in distance and they rush toward the source in a throne room, just in time to see Tom hit the wall with empty eyes. Tom. That was so much easier than sucking all those souls. The teenagers looked up to see Meteora, in a giant monster form, sitting on top of stairs where the thrones used to be with crossed arms. Just one punch. Bam. Meteora. The magical girl gasped at the half-monster's appearance. "Don't tell me you've forgotten all about your friend." Meteora lifted a throne chair up. Marco sit on it with empty eyes. "Marco." Jana cried out along with her friends. "Isn't it ironic?" The giant monster smirked as Marco floated off the throne before she crushed the chair to pieces. "All that time I was chasing after Princess Turdina, I barely even noticed you. As it turns out, I was chasing after the wrong princess." "I'm not a princess," Star retorted, "not anymore because I decide to go eloping with your great-great-great-great-something grandson." Both Meteora and Jana blinked few times as they stare at her in confusion. What?" Meteora uttered with a raised eyebrow, what? Who?" "Oh, right. Naruto took his necklace out, let me show you." He bring the hologram out for a quick view then put it away as he looked up to the stunned monster. Yup, turn out we're related. "Oh, I can see my daughter's eyes in you." The monster leaned closer to him with a smile. "Let Grammy take care of everything then we take back what was rightfully she dropped it as soon as she realized something. Wait, eloping. Yes, Star and I are running away to start a life together." The mixed teenager replied, "A married civilian life, no royal stuff." The monster stared bewilderedly. Hi, great something grandma-in-law." Star offered her a nervous smile, hoping it'll change her mind about taking over the kingdom. "I forbid it." Meteora stood up with a savage roar. "I guess talk's off the table." Naruto commented as he get in stance with his girlfriend. "I'll go save Marco and take everyone to safe place." Jana raced off, "Good luck taking her down, you too." Raw. Meteora fired beams from her eyes at the blondes and they quickly jump out of the way. Mega Narwhal blah. Star screamed as she fired a large powerful blast that forced her to fly back into the ceiling. Whoa. Oh, man, this form really packs a punch. She quickly dodged some beams from the angry monster. Air bullet. Naruto fired few air bullets at Meteora's back while he stabbed the ground with a dagger wrapped with runic paper, causing her to turn around and he ran away as she followed him until the runic-wrapped dagger formed in static trap. It take a moment of struggle from the giant monster to break free. Winterstorm Hyperblow. The magical girl blasted the monster with ice and snow, causing her to shiver from coldness, and Star follow it up with another spell. Cupcake Blast. Strawberry Annihilation. Supersonic Leech Bomb. Meteora fired her eye beams to drive the magical girl off and she never noticed Naruto diving toward her from above with a giant Rasengan. Odama Rasengan. The mixed teenager rammed the said attack onto the giant monster's head and she managed to brace herself with a painful groan before she swat him away like a fly. The blonde hit the pillar with a grunt. Raspberry Ribbon Lasso. Star caught Meteora's arm with magic ropes, only to scream out as the giant monster swing her around the room easily until the rope snapped. The giant monster was about to attack the butterfly girl until several earth boulders hit her back, courtesy of Naruto's Earth Dragon Cannon, and the giant stumbled forward before she quickly kicked Naruto far away. Jellybean Hallucination missed. She fired a hallucinating spell at the shouting giant before Meteora surprise her with eye beams, destroy the roof in process. Thermonuclear butterfly blah, Meteora was first to hit her with lasers, knocking her down and Star quickly protect herself with barrier spell as the giant fired another laser. End of the line, butterfly. Meteora roared as she kept firing lasers at the barrier. Okay, I get it. The magical girl shouted with straining breath, you're angry. If I were in your shoes, I'd be angry, too. But you don't have to do this. We can fix everything. You can't fix what your family's done. The giant snarled. You're right. Star grunted out until she get an idea, I can't. You want my power. Take it. She channel her energy into one place as her golden butterfly form break down and a golden heart appear in front of her. The magical girl release it with a shout and the golden heart shot a powerful blast at Meteora and there was a blinding explosion. There was nothing but silence until a sound was made. Naruto slowly pushed some rubbles off and he look around at the rubbles until he see Star push herself out under the rubbles. Star. He quickly appear at her side with some stumbles, are you alright? Yee. Star grunted until they see Meteora emerged as she stumbled around blindly, trying to regain the light in her eyes with few shakes. You little brat. Meteora shouted, where are you? Where are? She bumped into a pillar. Nah, the magical girl weakly raise her wand up. Narwhal, narwhal, a hand picked the wand up from her, huh. The blondes look up to see Eclipsa as the wand turned into a purple parasol. Eclipsa. Naruto uttered together with Star and the former queen raised the parasol above her head with glowing cheek marks. Found you. Meteora finally regained her sight as she loom over the teenagers from behind. Midnight. Eclipsa pointed the umbrella tip at the giant as purple skull-like butterfly form in front of it, shriek. A blast hit Meteora, pushing her back. Mama! The giant cried in shock. Fought. Star gasped. You blasted me. Meteora shouted. You can't do this, Meteora. The former queen scolded her daughter. But the giant stammered as she gestured to the ruin, this should all be ours. They stole it from us. Even seducing our descendant to stay away from his rightful birthplace. So, what, you're just going to destroy it all? Eclipsa replied. Something like that. Meteora bring the claw toward Star as Naruto shield her. Stop. The former queen shot magic blasts at the giant to keep her at bay. You're on their side. The upset giant shouted. Black Velvet Inferno. Eclipsa said tearfully as she shot purple blast with blue butterflies at her daughter and it wrap around the giant in a ball. Mommy. Meteora gasped as she become trapped in the giant ball. No. No. The cracks form around the ball before it explode in a bright light and disappear as the fragments of ball crumble down, leaving nothing but crater and tattered dress. I'm sorry, Eclipsa dropped on her knees in tears. Eclipsa, Naruto looked at his ancestor sadly. What did you do? Star gasped out. What I had to, the former queen whispered back as the teenagers noticed that the lifeless people start to land down, waking up in process. They're turning back. The magical girl pointed out as they noticed Jana hugging Marco happily and they slowly get up on their feet before she approached Eclipse from behind with Naruto. Eclipsa, she muttered, you saved us. Star. Eclipsa glanced up to the said girl before she hold the wand up to her, well, thank you for letting me borrow this. Number. Star gently pushed it back to the woman, keep it. This wand was yours. It belongs to you. Things haven't been right since my family took the kingdom. The best thing I can do is return what my family stole from you. Eclipsa was about to say something until they hear a cry from the crater and the former queen slowly get up then walk toward the sound. They watch the former queen reach the tattered dress, pushing it aside to reveal a baby, not any baby, it was Meteora who somehow become an baby. Meteora stop cry as soon as she see Eclipsa and she coo happily. Hello there, little one. The greenette picked the cooing baby up with joyous tears. What? The magical girl dropped her jaw. How? Naruto also dropped his jaw with widened eyes. Thank you, Eclipsa turned to the blonde girl with a gentle smile. Oh, yeah, Star stuttered stunningly, totally. The former queen opened the parasol up, Eclipsa. The said woman float up to the sky and out of their sight. What did you just do? Marco arrived at their sides with a confusing blink. Where is she going? The magical girl asked. Who know? Naruto shrugged. Globgor. Glossaryk suddenly appeared as he ran around them in a circle. Globgor. 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 Yes, Glossaryk, Globgor. Star can't help but to roll her eyes at him. We know. No, no, no. The elder smacked his forehead with a headshake. Eclipsa's monster love, Globgor. The teenagers stared down at him in shock. She's going off to be with him. I've been trying to tell you for months. Anyway, see ya around. He create a umbrella with his forehead gem then float up. Wait, were you pranking us by pretend to be feral the whole time? Naruto looked up to the floating elder. Yes, I did. Glossaryk laughed as he floated away. Bye, beaches. The teenagers were speechless until Marco fainted and Jana walked up to their side while looking up at the starry sky. Not gonna lie, I kind of find him annoying now. Jana shrugged her shoulders calmly. Is his voice different? Star tapped her chin in wonder. I don't know. The mixed teenager shrugged his shoulders before he looked around at the recovering people. Do you want to stick around to check on them or? No, let's get out of here before they bring us to my parents. The magical girl shook her head before she turned to Jana. Can you keep it secret for a while until? I'll buy you enough time to get away. Jana gave them a thumb up. Go. Jana, we'll call you later. Naruto grinned and Star gave her an thankful wave as he cut the portal open before they went through it. Later, the mischievous girl dropped down onto her rear then looked at her unconscious boyfriend. Bet he'll faint again. She chuckled lightly to herself. And when you two get there, make sure you give us a call to know you're okay. Angie hugged Naruto tightly while Raphael gave Star bear hug with sniffles. I know you will be there in a snip but I want to know. And don't hesitate to call us for help. Raphael sobbed as the adults trade blondes to hug. Also, please visit us often as much as you can. Don't worry, Mom, Pop, we will. Naruto smiled at his adopted parents and Star gave them one more bear hug. The blondes had come clean with the Diaz parent and to their surprise, the adults support them wholeheartedly because accord to them, the teenagers' happiness are very important to them and they can see how much they love each other. Something that Star secretly envied, she know her daddy may support them but not her mom. Yeah, we'll call you, write you letters, and visit you a lot. Star break the hug with a grin and she glanced at her boyfriend as he cut the portal open before she turned back to them. Thank, Diaz, for everything. Call us Mom and Dad. Angie sniffled with a smile. After all, you're part of our family now. Star's smile widened at that. Take good care of our second son. Raphael sniffled with shaky smile before he hugged his wife with a wail. Oh. Our second son has grown into a man while we were not looking. The blondes give the adults one more goodbye before they enter the portal and the tearful parents wave at them. Well, here we are. Naruto stepped on the grass with Star as the portal disappears behind them and they were looking at a large two-story cottage with huge yards and forest. Home. Home. Star smiled widely, fingering her new wand that Naruto created to replace her wand. She glanced at him. So, what now? She squeal out as he scoop her up in bride carry. Naruto. She playfully swat his shoulder with a giggle. Now we decorate our house the way we like it. He carried her inside with a chuckle and they share a kiss as he closed the door behind with his foot. A pleasant scent slowly stirs Star up from her slumber and she nuzzle into gray blanket with her nose until she notice a empty spot next to her before she sit up on the bed, groggily look to right and left. Naruto. She flip the blanket over then swing her legs over the edge and she stand up with few stretch, brush her gown down as she mentally gloat at her victory over the cold floor thanks to her rainbow socks. She can smell the pleasant scent in air and she decide to follow it out of the bedroom, down the stairs and few turns until she reach the kitchen. She rubbed some sands out of her eyes before she see her love of life making something at oven. Naruto, what are you making? Star, you're up. Naruto looked over his shoulders before he pout. I was going to bring up your breakfast. He turned to reveal a tray of her favorite breakfast with hot chocolate and vase of colorful flowers, birthday breakfast. Oh, sorry about that. Star giggled lightly as she sat down in the chair at dining table. I can't help but to wake up by smelling something good. He placed the tray in front of her. Oh. She perked up. Today's my birthday. That's right. He kissed her forehead with a chuckle. Happy birthday. Happy 18th birthday. She grinned widely, which mean we're legally married. In few days when the papers go through. Naruto sat down in chair across the table before he looked at her with tilted head. Since it's your birthday, what do you want to do today? Since it's snowing right now. Star glanced at the snowstorm outside the window as she start eat her breakfast. We're going to stay inside and she leaned forward with hands on table with a wide grin at him as he take a sip of his juice. Shag all day. Her sentence causes him to choke on his drink with few coughs. Why you want to spend all day shagging? Naruto don't mind it but he have to make sure it's what Star want, for your birthday. Yeah, she nodded rapidly, it's our first day as wife and husband and we should celebrate it. Alright, let's brush our teeth then open the presents first after we finished our breakfast. He smiled and Star nodded again with eager grin. And that's the last present from Marco. Star put blue hoodies away as they sit on rug in the living room in front of Christmas tree and everything was decorated since it's close to Christmas. He sure love hoodies, don't he? Yeah, Marco and hoodies is like me to ramen and you to anything fun. Naruto chuckled. Right. She crawled over to kiss him on lips deeply and her hand rub his thigh, slowly move closer to his groin. Can we please shag now? Let's. He kissed her back and he gently push her down on her back as his left hand caress her leg. They make out as his hand slowly inch toward her groin under her nightgown and once his hand make contact with her underwear, he rub her covered maidenhood gently in circular motion with his middle fingers. They adjust their positions to be more comfortable as their makeout become passionate and Star unknowingly grind her hip up and down against her lover's hand. Naruto feel her underwear getting a little wet and he slip his hand inside her underwear, gently insert one finger in her maidenhood as he fingering her slowly. P put one more in, P please. Star moaned out softly before she resumed the French kiss as her lover insert second finger inside her, slowly increase the fingering speed and it went on for a while until she feel herself getting closer. Naruto, I'm coming, she warned before she gasped out in pure pleasure as her lover suddenly fingered her furiously with his thumb rubbing her bump with same speed and that push her over the edge, her body shiver and tremble from her climax as she squirted in her underwear. Ooh, she moaned out as her climax wind down before she look up to her smirking lover with a playful pout. Why you made me wet my underwear, jerk. Sorry, my love. Naruto kissed her with a smirk before he placed himself in front of her legs as he slip her damp underwear off across her legs, crumpling it up in a ball then he toss it over to a corner. Let me make it up to you. His head duck under her gown then press his mouth against her wet lower mouth and almost immediately push his tongue inside to explore her inner cavern at his own pace. Naruto. She breathed out in pleasure as her lover eats her out and she instinctually push his head deeper in her grinding hip with her hands. Naruto continued to pleasuring his lover for a good amount of time until she reach her climax once again and after few more laps, his head move away from her groin and out from her gown to look at his panting lover. He was about to say something but Star suddenly push him down on his back then saddle him and she quickly hurriedly pull his semi-erected member out from his pant. You got me all horny now. Star stroked her lover's member to full mast before she lift her hip up slightly to line their private parts up. Wait, the rubber, Naruto spoke out as the tip of his member prod his lover's lower mouth. Oh, we're doing it raw. Star wiggled her hip down the shaft at very slow pace to tease each other with some pleasure until their groins met. That F feels so different and good. She rise her hip up by few inches then lower herself again, repeating the action at her pace as she enjoy riding her lover. I'll say, he agreed in pleasure as his hands slip under her gown to cup her breasts with some caress and she lean her upper body down to catch his lip in deep passionate kiss with wrestling tongue. Her hip kept moving up and down his shaft as she slowly increased the speed. After a while, Naruto start to thrust upward into his moaning lover for few minutes before he rolled them over with him on top and he adjusting his body until he was kneeling, still thrusting into his lover in missionary position as he tuck his hands on the back of her knees to push her legs back at her sides. Do it hard, she moaned and her lover obeyed her before she put her arms around his neck to yank him down for another makeout. Hold on, Naruto feel a pressure within his cock, I'm going to come, let me pull out. He was about to pull it out but his lover suddenly locked her legs around his waist, pulling him back in. Star. I want you to see come in me. Star gyrating her hips as she locked eye contacts with him. It's okay. I want that. Sure. He asked her before he received a nod from her, okay. He resumed the thrusting to her delight and it don't take long enough before he climaxed inside her, thrusting few times with grunts. Ooh, TT that feel weird BB but good. She can feel his load moving within her inner tunnel. I'll have TT to get used to this feeling. She grinned up to him, gee good thing we have the WW whole day. Yeah, Naruto smirked with some pants, what's next? Do my favorite one. Star slipped her gown off then wraps her arms around his neck with a grin. Naruto carefully stand up while lifting her up and he place his right hand on the back of her neck, the left hand on her lower back to support her up before he move her body up and down against his thrusting member. They almost immediately latch their lips together in messy kiss, their torsos pressed together and they didn't stop when they have climaxes. Naruto thrust deeply inside Star in low doggy position on the couch and the moaning woman buries half of her face in the pillow to mute her pleasured scream as soon as she climaxed. Star deep-throat her lover in the shower as she masturbate and Naruto suddenly flood her mouth with his loads, which she slowly swallow while some spill out a bit from the corners of her lip. You're putting socks back on? Naruto asked as his lover bounced on him in reverse cowgirl position. Why yup. I read an AA article that say wearing SS socks during sex make more easy to orgasm. As soon as she replied, Star climaxed on him with pleasured moan. SSC. Don't let me stop you then. He slide his arms under her legs then bend them over into a full Nelson position and she squeal out in mixed of delight and pleasure as he drilled into her furiously. Naruto, I gotta ask. Star panted heavy on the table as her lover pounded her anal from behind. How long have we been fucking for? 5 hours, I believe. Naruto replied with some pleasured grunts, his hands fondle her buttocks. 5 hours. The blonde woman moaned out with a blink. Wow, TT thought it'll GG go by I in a day. Want to stop? He asked. No. Star rolled herself over to face him with a wide grin as she spread her legs to reveal her wet cum-strained maidenhood to him and she finger herself with 2 middle fingers. We're doing it all DDDL like I want. Since we're keeping GG going, how about we spice things up? Naruto kissed her and she nodded few times before he reach over to his right side, picking a whipping cream up then he apply it to her breasts. Naruto spooned Star with thrusting cock within her lower mouth as he hold her right leg up in air and she was wearing red ribbons with gift tag. Star tied Naruto up to the bedpost before she mount him, teasing his cock by grinding her lower mouth against it until he ejaculate all over his chest and she lick him clean slowly inch by inch. Does it feel good? Star asked curiously, lying on her lover's chest. Yes, it does but it feels weird. Naruto replied, he was receiving an sock-cladded foot job from his lover. That mean you're open to it for later? She asked. Once in a while. He shrugged. I'll add question mark next to it. Star reached over to a list, writing a question mark next to, foot job. What's next? Naruto asked. She read the list, cosplay, underwater, outdoor, rope play, wax, and there's Kama Sutra. She tilted her head up to him, what do you think? Let's do outdoor and underwater one. He said, the lake's near so we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay. Star rolled over to rest her chest on top of him as she pecked his nose, carry me there. Yes, dear. Naruto got up with her and he carried her out bride style, with his cock up into her lower mouth. Naruto and Star lie on their sides facing each other with their hand entwined and their eyes locked with each other. So we end up shagging for almost 2 weeks, huh? Naruto chuckled. Yeah, 2 wonderful weeks. Star giggled as she squeezed their hands lovely. I feel so much closer to you than before, is it weird to say it? No, I feel same way. He gave her a light peck on lips, I love you. I love you more. Star kissed him back, but we're not going to shag for a while, aren't we? I'm so sore everywhere. Oh, Me too, love. Naruto agreed, me too. He rubbed her hand with his thumb. Cuddle and movie. Cuddle and movie. Star nodded and they get comfortable as Naruto turned the television on, spooning in their birthday suits. Naruto, guess what? Star grinned as bubbly energy swollen within her body. It had been 2 months after their longest shag. What? Naruto looked up to her with a blink as he sipped ramen from bowl. We're gonna have baby. Star squealed excitingly with biting lower lip as she held up a positive pregnancy test. We are. His eyes widened as he whispered softly before he fainted on his back and the ramen bowl shattered all over the floor along with spilt ramen. Ooh, maybe I should have told him when he's not eating his ramen. Star hummed with hand on her cheek and other cupping her elbow before she looked up at the wall as she recalled something. Oh, I remember this part. She giggled to herself. Star giggled a storm up as she rubbed her enlarged stomach with both hands. Woo. The triplet are kicking pretty good. They had a sonogram and discovered that they are expecting triplet, 2 boys and a girl. The mother-to-be can't resist to squeal loudly at the idea of spoiling 3 babies at same time, her own babies. Really? Naruto placed his hand on her stomach to feel some kicks before he chuckled lightly. Hope they're not fighting each other. Oh. She gasped before she looked down at her stomach with narrowed eyes. You 3 better not fighting in there. The kicking suddenly stopped at that and she blinked few times at her belly. Did they hear her or was it just coincidence? Ooh. Hey, I found some names. The chuckling father-to-be picked a list up. Tell me if there's any names you like. Comet, Oberon. I like Comet. Star stopped him almost right away with a wide grin. It sounds so right next to Astra. Then we need one more name. Naruto read the list again with a chuckle. Regulus, Pluto, Sol, Orion, Apollo, Cosmos. Sol. The mother-to-be clapped her hands. Astra, Comet and Sol. These are prefect names for the triplet. What do you think? I like it. He kissed her before they hear someone knocking at the front door and he answer it to see Eclipsa with Meteora and Globgor. Naruto and Star remember how the former got out from his crystal prison. He heard it from Jana that Romulus released the 4-eyed monster in attempt to show how scary and vicious monsters can be so he can sabotage the unity of monster mumens, but it backfired on him when Globgor rescued his daughter from danger in front of everyone and River stood up for him. Then Jana pointed out that the only one way that Globgor can be freed from his prison is done by Romulus, and the crystal-headed creature tried to make a run for it but he got arrested on spot. The last time the blonde couple heard, Romulus was sentenced to be sealed in a space-time prison of Omnitraxis Prime, where time and space don't exist, for a long time. When Globgor met them for the first time, he was shocked but thrilled to discover that he have descendants and at same time, he won't get his hands on the man who had stole his beloved daughter's heart, even if this man is long dead. He took shine to the blonde couple right away, even make them call him an Eclipsa great-grandparents to make it more easier than the full titles and love them very well. Oh, great-granny, great-gramps. Naruto grinned at them. That's a surprise. Come on in. He gave them a hug as he let them in. What bring you all out here? We're just dropping by for a little visit. Eclipsa smiled as she gave Star a hug, followed up by Globgor. Family vacation. Naru. Meteora hugged his leg then Star's leg with a beaming smile. Star. Hey, you. The mother-to-be ruffled the half-monster toddler with a smile before she looked up to Naruto's ancestors. I'll take the tease out. No, you should take it easy and let your husband. Globgor smiled. Just because I'm pregnant does not mean I'm incapable of doing simple tasks. Star suddenly cut him off with dark look as she spoke with grim tone. Sit your bottoms down, relax and chat away with smile on your faces, get it? Okay, the widened-eyed monster said frighteningly, and his wife was also frightened. Great. The mother-to-be smiled brightly before she looked down to Meteora. Do you want to help me carrying the teas? Yes. Meteora skipped after the pregnant woman into the kitchen. Your wife is one fearsome woman. Eclipsa whispered. I know, that's why I always let her do whatever she wants as long as it's not heavy tasks. Naruto whispered back with heavy sweats, having been on this end more than once. Why you sure have it hard. Globgor whispered as he patted his great-great-something grandson's shoulder. Gee, good luck. His love of life wasn't this scary when she was carrying Meteora. Thank you. The father-to-be replied. Why don't anyone tell me having babies was this hard? Star moaned tiredly as she held 3 sleeping babies in her arms in a hospital bed and her husband wiped some sweats off her forehead. But it's worth it in the end. Naruto kissed the right temple of her forehead lightly. We have 3 healthy babies. You did great. Yeah. The newly mother smiled down at her babies. She really wants to boop their adorable cheeks but she doesn't want to wake them up. It does. She looked up to her husband. Can you take a picture? Sure. The newly father took the phone out to take some pictures of his smiling wife and their babies before he showed them to her. What do you think? Perfect. Star replied, send it to my phone right now. Done. Do you want to let the others in now or wait a little longer? Naruto asked her. Let them in as long as they stay quiet, she said softly and he gave her a nod before he leave the room. Star looked at her triplet before she carefully pick her phone off the bedside table then use her magical wand to print the pictures from her phone and she put them down on the bedside table. She turned her attention back to her sleeping babies and a smile once again appeared across her face when the triplets snuggled together in her arms. Star, we're coming now. The newly father spoke gently as he opened the door quietly and Star looked up to see him entering with the Diaz family, Jana and Eclipsa's family. Star, congratulations on becoming mom. Angie smiled brightly, they look so beautiful. Indeed. Eclipsa agreed with warm smile. Naruto, now it's your turn to do the hard work, diaper duty. Raphael chuckled, watch out for wild shot. I will. Naruto chuckled. Listen carefully, I'm going to tell you a good tip about changing diaper. Globgore held 2 fingers up, 2 dash of baby powder and few swipes. They look so small and weird. Meteora peeked over the side of the bed with Mariposa on their tiptoes to get a look at the babies. Was we like that? Yes, you used to be. Jana replied to her as she congratulating Star by patting her shoulder softly. You two did it. Marco smiled at the new parents before he take a long list out. Now I have to go to your house and do some checklist. Quick question, have you already baby-proofed the whole cottage? I called it the first moment we made him godfather. Naruto leaned closer to whisper in his wife's ear with a deadpan expression and she nodded back as the godfather go through the list with some questions. Bah. SS settled down, Comet. Star tried to block the flinging foods from the baby boy as he hurled the baby foods with pouts. I know why you don't like PPPF favor. But that is his first time trying it. Naruto tried to shield his wife but Saul and Astra copied their brother and the parents cried out as the foods hit them from 3 different directions. Magic barrier. The mother pulled her wand to create a magical dome-like barrier and they hug each other, waiting it out until the triplet get tired. And the dragon was slain. Naruto read a bedtime story to the napping triplet, despite the fact that they can't understand him. The princess has saved the kingdom and marries the knight. They live happily ever after, the end. He turned to see Star taking picture of him with the triplet. Did you get my good side? He joked as he get up. Always. Star replied cheeky as she hugged him from behind, you have all good sides. She looked down at their children, let's go take some sleep in before they wake up. Good idea. The father yawned softly and they sneaked to the door. They barely get 1 foot out of the door before Saul wake up with a loud cry, following by his siblings. Both parents dropped their heads before they went back to their wailing triplets. Movie night, movie night, movie night. Star chanted together with her 3 years triplet as they bundled together under a comfy blanket and Naruto was putting a children movie in. Boop, boop, boop. She surprised the kids by poking their cheeks, causing them to squeal out before Naruto joined them as he crawled under the blanket at his wife's side. And it's on now. Naruto started the movie with the remote before he placed the big bowl of popcorn in front. Dibs. Saul shoved 2 handfuls of popcorn into his mouth with puffed out cheeks, munching loudly. No dibs. Comet copied his brother's action with a sticking out tongue, we have to share. Pops, juice. Astra chose to sit on her father's laps with her hands stretching out and her father put the apple juice box in her hands before she sipped it quietly. Selfie time. The mother swiftly took picture of the family then put it away to watch the movie with wide grin. Mom, why do you take lot of photos? Saul asked with mouth filled. It's for the albums. Star hugged her sons, and for someone very important. Who? Comet asked curiously. Quiet, movie time. Astra glared childishly at her brothers with a shush gesture and the boys shut up right away, causing their parents to laugh at that. The reason why the boys act like that is because Astra is the eldest out of the triplet and she told them that everyone have to listen to the older sibling. Sol is the baby brother of the triplet. Moon rubbed her forehead exhaustingly as she walked down the hallway and she paused to look at the portrait of Star for a moment before she resumed her walking with a tired huff. It had been years since her daughter's disappearance and she was at her wit's end when she turned every single rocks on the Muni until she found out her daughter had been eloped with this half-monster son of Toffee out of all people. Moon was so frustrated that she refused to speak about her daughter to anyone else, but the guilt slowly creep up on her. Moon gave out another sigh as she opened the door and she accidentally pushed it too hard that it swung out hard with a slam, causing her husband to drop something with a startling scream. Oh, I'm sorry for scaring why. She paused to see pictures but her husband quickly collect them. Oh, don't look. River picked the pictures hurriedly as he tried to hide them by bending his torso over. It's unimportant. J just boring things for W works. River, show them to me. Moon narrowed her eyes sternly and her husband withered slightly. I can't. He hugged the pictures with a stutter. Why you might throw them away, and I promised her I won't tell. He quickly clammed up at his slip. Her eyes snapped widely. Is it who I think it is? She tried to reach out to the pictures but her husband twisted his torso away to protect the pictures before she looked at him with a pause. Please show the pictures to me. I promise you I won't force you to throw them out. But you'll get mad, River muttered quietly. I also promise you I will not be angry. Moon said quietly, I promise. He struggled with himself before he decided to give it a chance and he slowly handed the pictures to his wife. Moon looked at the first picture before she froze with sharp inhale. It was an sonogram picture and it had 3 babies. She slowly slid to another picture to see Star, in hospital gown, on bed with a blight smile as she held the sleeping triplet in her arms. She looked at the next one. It shows Star and Naruto holding the 1-year-old triplet up in front of some kind of fair park. Moon looked through all pictures until she stopped on the last one. Star was kissing Naruto as they curl up together with the snoring 3-year-old triplet lying on their laps in front of a Christmas tree. We have grandchildren. She sat down on chair with a whisper. Yes. River gently held a picture of triplet in animal-themed onesies. Their names are Astra, Comet and Sol. Astra is the older one and Sol, youngest. Star, she'll look so much happy, Moon said slowly as she stared at her daughter, so much happy with him. She loved Naruto very much. He nodded. She told me that he's taking good care of her and always keep her happy every day. She looked at him questioningly. Oh, she sent me letters. He reached down to pick up a box then lift the lid to reveal stacks of letters, a lot of letters. May I read them? She asked and her husband pushes the box off to her with a soft nod before she read the letters together with him. Naruto tickled Astra with loud laughter as Comet and Sol whack his back with pillows and Star giggle at the sight from the pillow fort until she hear the knocks at front door. I'll get it. She get up to answer the door and the father pull Comet down to tickle him silly as Sol hop onto his back before he hear his wife's gasp. Mom, Daddy. Wait, what? Naruto quickly get up then peek out at the entrance to see Moon and River, with some gifts. Oh, sugar biscuit. Star sweated bullets with widened eyes and gaped mouth. She don't know if she should slam the door on them then barricade it, fight them or make a run for the hill with her family. She just stand there awkwardly with her bewildered husband in same state. Wait, Star, it's okay. Moon finally spoke up. We're not going to force you back, we're just here to talk. She clasped her hands together, and I want to make amends with you. Amends with me? The blonde woman gave her mother a suspicious look. Really? Really? The gray-haired woman said. Why do you want to do that? Star asked with perplexed face. I saw the pictures and read the letters. Moon sighed and the blonde woman's head whipped to her father. She caught me. River whimpered, sorry, my little Star. Can we please talk? The gray-haired woman asked her daughter, almost pleading. Star turned her head to her husband over her shoulder. It's up to you. Naruto said, and I already activated the anti-scissors barrier along with anti-magic rune. He had them off for a maintenance. Alright. Star turned back to her parents with a heavy sigh, come in. She invited them in as her parents look around at the cottage, we'll talk in the kitchen. They hear some laughter in other room. Oh, ooh, the bearded man looked forlorn at the direction as if he want to go there. Go ahead, daddy. The blonde woman said, it'll be great for the kids to meet their granddaddy. Really? River perked up. Yeah, I'll show you the way. Naruto beckoned him over. Oh. The bearded man quickly picked the stacks of gifts then follows him nervously. Mom, follow me. Star turned to her, we have to talk first. She will not let her mother see her grandchildren at the moment until she's sure that her mother have changed. Yes, dear. Moon uttered softly. With River and Naruto, they walk in to find Astra wailing on her brothers by smashing pillows on them as she mounted on their backs. Take that, take that, take that. Astra screamed with big opening mouth grin and her brothers struggled to escape their sister's grip while covering their heads. Oh, she does take after her mommy, don't she? River whispered softly. They all do. Naruto chuckled lightly, he can see part of himself in the triplet, like Comet have too. Whiskers, birthmarks and Saul have his spiky hair, but they mostly take after their mother. Take that, Ta. The little girl stopped in her trail as she noticed a new face next to her father. Her brothers also notice him and they just stare straight with confusing and curious faces. Kids, I want you to meet your Gramps. The father of Triplet introduced the kids to River, your mum's dad. Mum's pops, Gramps. Astra got off her brothers to let them get up as they slowly huddle up in front of their grandfather with tilted heads and they just stare at each other for a while. Hello, little ones, I'm your grandpa, your mommy's daddy. River cleared his throat before he put the presents on floor, and I bring you gifts. Presents. The triplet suddenly dove to the gifts, tearing the wrapping and box apart in a frenzy and the bearded man take a step back with a rapid blinks before he laughed at the sight. You should have seen them on Christmas. Naruto chuckled. What's Christmas? River turned to him with a blink. It's one of Earth holidays, almost like your stump day but about the people that you love and care about. The father of Triplet replied, and presents. A lot of presents. What's that, Gramps? Saul held up a large corn plush with eyeballs. Oh ho, that's Corny Cobb, he's popular on Muni. The bearded man laughed and the father of Three Sweatdrop, what's with Mumin and the corns? Corn Cob. Astra blinked innocently before she grinned widely with claps, like Pop's funny corncob prank. Yes. River uttered in confusion, not understanding what corncob prank is. Can I touch your beard? Comet reached out to his grandfather's beard. Oh, sure. The bearded man said before he yelped out when the triplet suddenly tugged his beard, playing around with it. Oh. He laughed lightly as if he don't mind their treatment and he sit down on floor to give his grandchildren easy access to his beard. He listened to the kids babbling on about random things and Naruto cleaned the ripped wrappings up. While River spent his time getting acquainted with the triplet, Star led her mother to the kitchen. I'm going to making tea. Star said as she walked up to the sink and she picked the teacups up from the rack, let me rinsing the cups out first. Why you're doing it by hands? Moon said surprisingly. Yeah, I have been doing chores manually for years. The blonde woman replied casually, I'm a mother, after all. Naruto helped out too. She added, at first I used magic to take care of things until I realized that doing things by hand is better. She paused a bit as she put the kettle on, until we're in a hurry or have our hands filled, I mean we have triplet. Can't you have someone else take care of it? The gray-haired woman asked. No. I'm doing it because I want to. Star turned to her mother with tea kettle and cups as she placed them on table before they take a seat opposite each other across the table, and if you're going to say that it's unbecoming of a princess to do it, don't. She poured tea in their cups. I'm a commoner, now and I enjoy this life. I won't trade it for anything else because I'm very happy with my choices and everything. She took a sip of her cup, don't like it. Deal with it. She set the teacup down, you said you want to talk. Moon quietly take a sip of the tea before she gently put it back on the plate, I am so sorry. I was blinded by prejudice and hatred toward your boyfriend. Husband. The blonde corrected her. Husband, that I don't see what my actions have affect you. The gray-haired woman continued, I made you ran off to elope with Naruto. Star lifted her head up slightly to look at her mother. As I have mentioned before, I looked at all pictures and read every single letter you send to your father, and I can see. She exhaled sadly mixed with guilt, how much happy he make you feel so loved, and how deeply you two care for each other. It almost make me forget who his father was. His father is Rafael Diaz, not Toffee. Star said. Naruto hated Toffee because he abandoned him at young age and become consumed with his obsession of destroying magic and Muni along with other things. Raphael and Angie adopted him years ago and they love him as if he's their son by blood. And I know, I read some letters about Diaz family. Moon nodded slowly, then I start to remember what you told me when we argued about your husband. That no child shall inherit the sin of their parents, and you're right. Naruto and Toffee are different person. Beside the blood of Septarian, there is nothing alike between them. Some laughing reach their ears and they glance at the direction. You know the triplet or quarter monster, right? Star's gaze shifted to her mother. Yes, and, the gray-haired turned back to her daughter quietly, I'm okay with that. I don't know if you're telling truth or not. The blonde said as her mother dipped her head sadly with complete understanding, actions speak louder than words. She stood up, that's why I'm taking you to the kids. Star. Moon looked up with a blink before her daughter dragged her out of the kitchen to the living room, and she was caught off guard as everyone turned to her. River was giving the triplet a horse ride and Naruto was holding the phone to take the picture. Everyone were froze in places beside Star. Hello. Boys, Astra, I want you to meet my mom. Star introduced her children to the gray-haired woman, your grandma. She has big hair. Astra pointed up to Moon. How is it stay up? Saul joined his sister in pointing. Do you use a lot of gel? Comet joined his siblings, pointing. No, Moon was once again caught off guard by her grandchildren's comments. I don't know, I have some servants do it for me. What servants? Saul turned to his siblings. I think it mean workers for lazy people. Astra replied. So does that mean Grammy's lazy? Comet hummed before they look up to Moon with straight stares. I don't know, the gray-haired woman muttered before she tried to change the topic as she bent down. Hello again, it's nice to meet you three. She got startled when the triplet suddenly glomp her. Oh. She looked down at the kids as they hug her and she slowly hugged them back with some care as if they were made of fragile glass. Boop. The triplet suddenly poked Moon's cheeks and she blinked down at the smiling kids before she slowly gave them her own smile. I'll be in other room. Naruto was about to say more until the gray-haired woman cut him off. No, you can stay. Moon looked over to him. I would like to, getting know my daughter's husband and father of my grandchildren. Is that okay with you, Naruto? The said blonde slightly leaned over to look at Star, who give him few nods. Sure, I would like that. The father of the triplet scratched his head as he straightened himself up to look at the gray-haired woman before his phone rang and he answered it without taking his eyes off his mother-in-law. Hello. Jana just told me she's pregnant. Marco's voice cried frantically, I don't know what to do as father. Do I have to ask her to marry me? Oh, she said yes just now, what do I do? What do I do? I need your help. I'll call you back later. Naruto said. Call me back later. The brunette's voice shouted, what's more important than that? Star's parents are here. The father of three answered. Oh, good luck with that. Marco's voice became calm, call me back later. Bye. Naruto said as the call ended and he pocketed it while staring at his in-laws. So, anyone hungry? Well, that wasn't bad as I thought it would be. Naruto picked Astra and Saul up from the floor quietly as possible as he can without waking them up. I'll say. Star gently picked Comet up as well. Her parents stay for few days before they left to go back to Muni. I'm glad Daddy got to meet the kids and that I can reconnect with Mom, somewhat. She still keep one eye on her mother in case if she ever slip up or truly have changed like she had claimed. She hope it's the latter. What make you decide to give your mom a second chance? He asked curiously. He thought she'll kick her mother out right away when they showed up. She said your name. She glanced at her husband as they walked up the stairs, even referred you as my boyfriend and husband. Before that, when she talked to me, she always call you half-breed, that thing, lizard, monster, you get the gist. That is first time she call you by your name and I think she's trying her best to change herself and accept us. Ah, now you mentioned that, she's more nice to me than the last time we saw her. Naruto recalled as they entered the triplets' bedroom, plus, she even never asked you to go back to Muni or talk about noble business not once at all. Yeah, I noticed, Star said as they put the kids down to bed, tucking them in before they quietly walked back downstairs. I gotta admit I was ready to throw down and argue with Mom anytime when they were staying here but, she shrugged, nothing. Maybe she's biding her time until the time is right. Who know? He shrugged his shoulders as they sit down on couch, let's not think about it. His wife nod in agreement and they cuddle up in front of the television, flipping through channels. That is officially the weirdest Thanksgiving I ever have been at. Marco muttered under his breath. His parents was hosting the said holiday at their house with Naruto's family and that time, the Diaz parent decided to invited the blonde couple's expanded relatives this year. On the right side, Marco was sitting with Mariposa, Jana, Eclipsa, Globgor, Meteora and Rastakor. On the other side, Naruto was sitting with Star, Astra, Sol, Comet, Moon and River. Raphael and Angie was at the head of the table. For you. Jana snorted at him with a smirk. Who want to crave turkey? Raphael held the knife and fork up with a wide grin. And we have tofu turkey right there. Angie gestured to the tofu turkey as she looked at Globgor with a smile. Thank you, Angie. Globgor smiled back, it's kind of them to make some meals for him since he's the only vegan at table. Can someone please pass me breadsticks? Rastakor asked awkwardly. Here. Meteora held the basket up to him with a sing-song tone, batting her eyelashes at him. TT thank you, the septarian mercenary nervously take it from her as he leaned away from her. He still have trauma from worked with her and he believe he have a PTSD from this experience. Eclipsa was about to take a bite of her meal until she noticed that Star was bouncing in her chair. It was small and unnoticeable at first then it grew big bit by bit. Star, are you okay? Eclipsa asked with an concerning raised eyebrow. I'm great, Star suddenly slammed her hands on the table with wide grin, because we're going to have another babies. Almost half of the families nearly choke on their drink or food at her outburst. And we're going to have twin girls. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a sheepish chuckle. Dang, I just got pregnant few months ago. Jana whistled with a smirk, and twin this time. At this rate you'll have a big family in about 10 years. Easy, don't give her an idea. Moon muttered. That's the plan. The blonde woman grinned widely. At least we're going to wait few years in between. The father of triplet muttered to himself. That calls for celebration. Raphael grinned widely to his grinning wife before he lifted his index finger up, right after this feast. They hear a thud and look over to see that Marco have fainted at the news. And he's down for counting. Mariposa nudged her fainted brother with her foot, again. I think we're the only one that has weird and confusing family. Astra, now 14, suddenly made a comment as she played with the family heirloom necklace that she inherited from her parents. Why do you say that? Naruto asked as he made school lunches with Star for their children and the mother look out the window from the kitchen before she whip her wand out. Green gummy wall. Star fired a blast out of the window to create a giant thick gummy wall in backyard right before some children clash into it as they rode warnicorns. Girls, boys, bring the warnicorns back to the stable right now or I'll blast your bums to your rooms. Scatter, everyone. Comet flailed his arms as his young siblings ran in different directions, run. And don't look back. Sol screamed, we'll hold Mum off. We are. His triplet brother's head snapped to him in horror. Because our many-time great-grandparents are alive and look old enough to be your parents, many-time great-Grammy and Aunt Mariposa are close to my age and we have monster family. Astra said normally as if her mother didn't use magic spell and yell at her siblings in front of her. Or when Star ran out to round her children up with magic while screaming her bloody lungs out, they were not supposed to play with Warnicorn until their parents are there. Yeah, we're special. The father chuckled at that. Right. The teenager girl slumped across the table as she looked outside at her screaming siblings. She have 8 young sisters and 3 brothers, including her triplet. Special and weird, She smirked, and I like it the way it is. Me too, Astra, me too. Naruto laughed again. Tough love time out. Star fired her wand up in the sky to catch her children with magical heart-shaped ropes. Once she caught all of them, she turned to face her husband through the window. Can we have another baby, please? How many more ankle biters are we going to have until it's big enough? Naruto's sweat dropped. Big enough to have 2 football teams and some more. The mother pumped her fists up in air and her husband's sweat drop enlarged. I want brothers by the way. Astra added. I'll try. The father's sweat drop kept grow bigger.